minute break?
Yes.
Okay, we'll start at 6:03. Mrs. Shope, are you about ready? Good evening. It is 6:04. I'm calling to order the regular board meeting of Tuesday, March 17th. Mrs. Shope, may we get a roll call?
Yes. Joanne Rue? Here. Brian Nichols?
Here.
Megan Miller?
Present.
Amy Levy?
Here.
Tom Hankins?
Here.
Carol Fox?
Here.
And Tia Johnson.
Here.
All board members are present.
Thank you. May I get an approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Brian Nichols, second by Carol Fox. Any discussion?
Yes. Could
Mrs. Rue?
we move letter C of the consent agenda outside of the consent agenda, please?
Yes. Would you like to move that to a discussion action item? Or
Yes,
do you
please.
just want to have it removed when we come to the consent agenda?
Well, I think we just need to discuss it for a minute, I think. Like really fast discussion, so I don't know where you want to put it.
Okay. So item 6D, you would like to be moved to
7C. Wait,
Oh, you know what? How about this, Mrs. Rue? When we get to the consent agenda, you just ask to have it removed.
okay, perfect.
Okay, thank you.
I forgot we can do that later.
Any other questions or suggestions on the agenda?
I-
Oh, Mrs. Levy.
Thank you. I'm concerned that the funding request for the HBCU is not included on this agenda, even after several requests.
Point of order.
Yes,
That's not on the agenda, so.
it was taken off the agenda, so if you would let me finish, I'll be very brief. Thank you so much. The superintendent.
Mrs. Levy?
Yes.
It was never on the agenda.
There were several requests to have it on the agenda, and the
does- that-
policy was ignored.
Thank you. That several requests does not make it become an agenda item. Thank you. We can discuss this after the meeting.
I'm just terribly disappointed that we're silencing students.
I responded to all of those emails. Thank you. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries with one in the opposition. Tonight, we have the privilege of having Dr. Ryan Stengel, the principal of Fruzen, here tonight to introduce his Fruzen Falcons to lead us in tonight's Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Stengel.
There it is. Thank you for having us here this evening. Behind me, I have Adoram Orta Cano, 7th grader at Fruzen, and Brooklyn Fitzgerald, a 7th grader at Fruzen. And they're going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So everyone, please rise. You guys can step up to the mic, and whenever you're ready, go ahead. 1, 2, 3.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Tonight's President's Report. Good evening, and thank you for being here tonight. We appreciate your continued interest in and support of the School District of Beloit. A special board meeting was held last Wednesday to review our current discipline procedures and how to learn from other districts' approach to student discipline. The discussion included the potential advantages and challenges of alternative practices. A follow-up session is planned for late spring or early summer to continue this important work. Board members were also invited to attend the Beloit Memorial High School Automotive Center event that was held this afternoon. For those of you who were unable to attend, we are proud to celebrate the opening of this new facility on our main campus. Relocating the Automotive Center to Beloit Memorial High School will result in annual cost savings by eliminating rental expenses. We anticipate discussing a potential future expansion of this facility as the programs continue to grow. We are excited to sustain and strengthen hands-on learning opportunities in automotive technology. Thank you to Mr. Michaels and Mr. Stenruse for their leadership in transitioning from the former Sears Automotive location to our Beloit Memorial campus. In addition, the board had the opportunity to tour the new robotics welding cell and in the welding CNC classrooms at Beloit Memorial. This project was supported through a Fast Forward grant from the Department of Instruction and will expand opportunities for students to earn industry-recognized certifications. We are also encouraged by the growing partnerships between local businesses and the Beloit Memorial High School academies. We invite our community to join us in celebrating the many positive developments at Beloit Memorial High School and the academies of Beloit. Again, thank you to Mr. Michaels and Mr. Stenruse for your continued commitment to our students. The Board of Education has been invited to attend several upcoming events. The Gaston Elementary Glow Show is Thursday, March 19th and Tuesday, March 24th from 4 to 7 in the Gaston Library. Thank you to Elementary Art Department Chair Catherine Buchanan. We have also been invited to the Todd Elementary Glow Art Show Thursday, March 19th and Tuesday, March 24th from 4 to 6 in the Art Room, room 130. Thank you to art specialist Mandy Kinsey. And BLA is hosting a Better Together Beloit Breakfast Friday, March 20th at Beloit Learning Academy. Thank you to BLA Secretary Paula Hunt. 4K enrollment is now open. Our full-day program taught by DPI certified teachers uses engaging hands-on learning to prepare students for future success. Daily instruction builds foundational math and reading skills while supporting language development and cognitive growth. Students also participate in art, music, and physical education and benefit from a strong social-emotional curriculum that promotes positive relationships, self-confidence, and citizenship. Students must be 4 years old by September 1st to enroll. Early entry is not permitted. As we look ahead, the district faces the difficult but familiar challenge of addressing a $4.5 million budget shortfall for the 26-27 school year. During tonight's meeting, we will discuss and make decisions aimed at maximizing our resources in support of student learning. At a recent meeting, our auditor advised that our fund balance is below the recommended levels. While the Board of Education is reluctant to rely on these funds, it may be necessary to do so in order to maintain certain programs, including spring athletics. The district has made significant financial reductions over the past several years. We are now at a point where we must consider reductions to student-facing programs. Please know that these decisions are not made lightly. Our students deserve access to the same opportunities as students anywhere. Field trips, enrichment programs, and experiences that broaden their horizons. In a high-poverty district, we work hard to stretch every dollar, but some opportunities require additional community support. We encourage families and community members to partner with us through fundraising, volunteering, and participation. Every contribution, whether time, ideas, or resources, helps to ensure that our students have meaningful experiences that inspire confidence and expand their futures. Together, we are making progress and building momentum for our students, family, and community. Please have a safe and happy St. Patrick's Day. That concludes my report. Thank you. Next, we have upcoming events and announcements. Board Clerk Hankins.
Thank you, Board President. Good evening. These are the announcements for Tuesday, St. Patrick's Day 2026. Tomorrow, Wednesday, March 18th, from 5 to 6:30 p.m., at the Colac Educational Center will be a school board candidate forum sponsored by the GBEDC, the Greater Beloit Chamber of Commerce, and Rock County First. If you are unable to attend in person, you may watch on demand on Rock County First YouTube channel. The BMHS Theater has prepared Mean Girls for the spring musical. If you did not see it this past weekend, you can still catch a performance on March 20th or 21st at 7:30 p.m. or a matinee on March 22nd at 2 p.m. Beloit Memorial will be hosting Semester 2 Parent-Teacher Conferences on Thursday, March 26th from 5 to 7 p.m. in the high school fieldhouse. Please enter the conferences through the fieldhouse doors. On Friday, March 27th from 8 to 11:30 a.m., the high school will also have parent-teacher conferences by appointment only. Congratulations to our students, our BACH staff, and Visit Beloit for making history together. BMHS is officially the first high school in the entire nation to offer the Destination International's Professional in Destination Management program. Our students, along with BACH business teachers, were the trailblazers for this nationally recognized certification in tourism and destination management. They didn't just participate, they helped lead the way. This opportunity is made possible through the partnership, guidance, and belief in our students from Visible Beloit and Celestino Ruffini. Their support opened doors that didn't exist before. We're incredibly grateful to Visible Beloit for investing in our students and helping us create real-world, career-connected learning experiences right here in Beloit. When schools and community partners come together like this, amazing things can happen. Will your child be 4 years old on or before September 1st, 2026? If the answer is yes, then your child is eligible to enroll in the School District of Beloit 4K program. Come on in to the Colex Educational Center to enroll your student online at beloitschools.net. Don't delay, enroll today.
Thank you, Chairman Hankins.
Oh, I'm not done.
Go ahead.
There's more.
Yay!
Spring break for the district begins on Monday, March 30th. Students will resume classes on Monday, April 6th. During spring break, students age 5 to 14 can swim with the Purple Tide. Swim lessons will be given by our high school swim team from 9 to 10:30 a.m. in half-hour shifts. The cost is $25 for 5 days of lessons. Sign up today by calling Brian Michaels or at 608-361-3164. Tuesday, April 7th is Election Day. We have if we didn't know, we have candidates on the ballot for the school board and for city council. Get out and vote Tuesday, April 7th. Polls are open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Don't forget to bring your ID. Meetings coming up and being held at the Colac Education Center include special board meeting workshop on Monday, March 23rd and Monday, March 30th, both at 5 p.m. Policy and Human Resources Committee on Monday, April 6th at 4 p.m. Business Operation and Finance Committee meeting on Tuesday, April 7th at 5 p.m., followed by the regular board meeting at 6 p.m. Now, this concludes the announcements for tonight. Board President, thank you.
Again, thank you, Chair, Board Clerk Hankins. Next, we have recognitions. Tonight, the board is recognizing Maria Cano Alcala. Dr. Anderson?
Yes, and I'd like to do this recognition in cooperation with Dr. Ryan Stengel, who is the principal at Fruzen. And a little bit about Maria. Maria is a special education paraeducator at Fruzen Middle School, as well as a parent who has contributed significantly by helping with the National Junior Honor Society at Fruzen. She has donated supplies, time, and energy into making sure that the club runs well, not only for her own son, but for all of the students involved in National Junior Honor Society. Thank you for everything you're doing, Maria, and a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. I'll just add a few more words. You summed it up very nicely. Maria's willingness to step in, lend a hand, and support our students is a wonderful example of the strong partnership we strive to build between families and schools. We are grateful for her dedication and the positive impact she continues to make at Fruzen. So thank you, Maria, for everything you do for our students and our school.
Thank you, Maria. We really appreciate your willingness to take time and spend with our students and in the schools and be part of the school district of Beloit. It means so much to us. Thank you. Next, we have public comment. Mrs. Shope, do we have any public comment tonight?
Yes, I have several in the room and a couple emails.
Okay. Members of the public are welcome to attend all open meetings of the Board of Education. Individuals attending board meetings are expected to conduct themselves in a respectful and courteous manner that models appropriate behavior for our students. Individuals wishing to comment are expected to comply with the norms found on the back of your comment cards and in Board Policy 187, Public Participation at Board Meetings. We ask that each of you contribute to maintaining a respectful and orderly meeting and prevent discussing confidential matters in a public forum by following these norms for public comments during board meetings. Thank you for your participation and courtesy. Mrs. Schultz?
The first person I have is David, and I have Griselda yielding her time.
Hello, everybody. My name is David Ramirez from Beloit, Wisconsin. I came in today and I was sitting down and I was thinking about when was the first time that I came to a school district meeting. It was back in the Collex Center, and I've been in tune here and there since then, from when teachers were trying to be told that they couldn't have their personal items in their classes, before we have the interpreter things out there. We didn't have enough Hispanic people to be that person between the family and the schools. I remember that. A couple years ago, our superintendent, Dan Keiser, they tried to get away and do away with the Even Start program. I was told by several members of the Even Start program while it was still at Brother Dutton to come in because there were some things going on. They pretty much told the Even Start parents that the program was over with. There was never anything put out there to the public. There was never anything put out as a research. It was just, we're here, it's over with, we're moving it to the mayoral community, and there's nothing you can do about it. The superintendent at that moment, at that day, and Moratic, they got in my way at the door and told me that I couldn't be there. They were going to call the police on me. I had no reason to be there. My response to all that was to make sure that I threatened the school district of Beloit with a suit, because there was nothing that said what an advocate should be or what it looked like. So all this, you guys can go back and look at those dates and the times that really did happen, and now we have a policy of what an advocate actually is. I'm here because I don't want you guys to do away with the dual language program. There's a lot of reasons why. One of the biggest things, because that's my language. Amy, right away you went into the HBCU. There's a passion about you that I see every time. When there's something that you want, something that you want to go after, you don't just sit there. You at least argue your point. And I've always loved that about you. So I'm here to fight for something that I believe, and that's for the dual language program to stay. A lot of the times si yo les estuviera ahorita hablando a ustedes en español, ¿me entenderían? ¿Verdad que no? Everybody's looking at me just blank stares. If I started talking to you right now in Spanish, would you understand what I'm saying to you guys? Probably not. Maybe one or two. But if you would have been in a language program that taught you the Spanish, you'd be able to translate that in your own head and be able to have a conversation with me. I coach 7-year-old kids. That's the age group of my kids. And I love seeing my kids speak in Spanish with other kids that are not Hispanic. There's something about that I love and I enjoy it. That's a reason, a way of communication between kids. In the beginning of the gentleman over here was talking about the alternative programs for the education, and he said a word in there, the continuum, that piece in the middle where the child can learn it, and then what happens in that middle piece, and then they get to the high school and then they're going to start speaking it again. What's going to happen in that middle part? The practice is not going to be there. I've heard that there's programs in other school districts that have high school kids come to the lower grades and have that communication, and it's part of the linguistic program and all that, but like, I still haven't seen any research behind any of this. Like, we keep talking about money, and I get it. I come as a friend because, man, since I've been starting these meetings, one of the biggest things that I've always seen is the money part behind it. It always comes back to a money part. So if that's really the reason, or your guys' reason to why this is happening, there has never been any research put out there as far as I know. The Even Start program, same thing. There was no research at all about any of that. And if I'm wrong, please correct me, because I swear there wasn't. And this like the same thing's happening over and over again. The Hispanic population is over 30%. We keep saying it over and over and over. What you guys doing away with the dual language program, it's not gonna be so much just a program that you guys are gonna take away. The community is gonna take it a certain way. And when the community takes us a certain way, if you guys don't do the right thing, I promise you there's gonna be more people here. There's gonna be more people out there on the streets. Somebody's gonna end up saying something. Somebody's gonna put something together. There's gonna be more people that are gonna come around. It's not gonna just stop, I promise you that. So for me to you guys, I know it's a money thing, but please pay attention to what you guys are doing, because the Hispanic population is a very big population in your guys' schools. So with that, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez, and for everyone here, just for clarification and accuracy, tonight's proposal is not to eliminate the DLI program, it is to reduce the DLI program.
There's nothing put out there at all. So we don't even know what this is for.
There's no attachment for the DLI program on tonight's agenda?
Engagement, there was never anything put out to the community, now that I can see.
Well, this, we'll talk about it more when it comes up later in the agenda. We are on public comment right now. So, Mrs. Schultz, the next speaker, please.
The next person is Rocio, and Catherine is yielding time.
Dear members of the Beloy School Board, my name is Rocio Aburto. I work at Hackett Elementary School and teach the Spanish side of the split class kindergarten and first grade. I have been working with a co-teacher, Jessica Witt, for about 4 years. She teaches the English part of the split. We currently have 38 students. I would like to share my concerns regarding the new proposal for the next school year to 2026-2027. The proposal states the following. To have 2 elementary sites, the model will include 1 section per grade level with teachers providing instructions in both English and Spanish. This structure ensures program consistency, support biliteracy development, bridging, and allows for stronger alignment between content and language instruction while maintaining manageable staffing levels. DLI teachers will only instruct 22 and K3 and 30 students in 4th grade per day. However, at our school, Hackett, having a split class has led us to become a strong DLI team, as we both educators possess significant strengths in our respective native languages. Students physically move between classrooms. In doing so, they experience a clear and defined separation, both physically and mentally, which help them to switch their brain linguistically. This allows them to recognize that in one room only English is spoken, and in the other one only Spanish is spoken. Consequently, they successfully immerse themselves in the target language, making the learning experience authentic by hearing native accents, idioms, and authentic cultural expressions specific to each language. The language acquisition in this 50-50 model is more organic. As a result, their linguistic and academic skills prove superior to those of monolingual students. By having 2 teachers with different teaching backgrounds, the multicultural experiences provided are more enriching and authentic, as the students are exposed to diverse teaching practices, providing them with a meaningful bridging. Furthermore, my colleague and I share the responsibility of providing support for each student's specific needs within the target language, making precise adjustments to foster their intellectual growth. Additionally, whenever a concerns arise regarding a student's academic, emotional, or behavioral development, 2 distinct perspectives are available to ensure that students receive the best possible support. As you see, there are many advantages and benefits in the 50-50 DLI teaching model. It has worked effectively within our building, and we see no need to alter a system that has thus far proven successfully at our school. That is why I request that the proposals currently under consideration be reviewed with great care. First and foremost, I earnestly implore you to allow those of us teachers who have been working in the elementary schools using the 50-50 split model to continue doing our jobs. After all, we are the ones on the front lines, and we have learned what works in our community on the west side of Beloit. I understand your desire to ensure consistency in instruction across the elementary schools, but let us remember that a one-size-fits-all approach does not work for everyone, especially when the methods we have been employing thus far have proven effective within our specific school population. Please allow individual schools to determine the best teaching methods for their students, as every building has unique needs. For instance, at Hackett, the Hispanic student population is significantly higher compared to the schools in the eastern part of the district, such as Todd and Robinson. Therefore, I propose that you allow this program to continue operating in at least 2 elementary schools, one in the eastern and one in the western part of the city, and that you retain the DLI program in at least 1 middle school. Please let our bilingual teachers continue specializing and acquiring the certifications required to continue supporting the DLI program, given the substantial time and financial investment they have already made. If the program is preserved in at least 1 middle school, there will be a sufficient number of bilingual teachers available to provide the necessary instruction, thereby enabling students to eventually earn the seal of illiteracy, an achievement that will open up better employment opportunities for them in the future, as it was promised at the beginning of the DLI program. Concerns. Your current proposals are place many students at a disadvantage, as they call for the continuation of bilingual instruction only through kindergarten to 4th grade, but some will leave out the program hanging for the rest, 5th grade and above. What specific supports will be provided to bilingual students in 5th grade and at the middle school level? Has the district forgotten commitment to help students acquire their seal of illiteracy? How do you intend to recruit and/or retain families within our district? After all, this program is precisely what distinguishes our district from others in the area. Let's be realistic. For many families, the DLI program is the primary reason they choose to remain in this district. Please consider our feedback and suggestions. There is a high risk of losing many families, as well as many valuable bilingual teachers. Thank you for your time, your service, and your attention to this matter. Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Alberto.
Next, I have Lori.
Good evening. My name is Lori Ojeda, and I have been a 2nd grade Spanish teacher at Hackett for 10 years. I am speaking on behalf of myself and my co-teacher, Mary Champion, who has taught in Hackett's DLI program for 7 years. We are writing to advocate for maintaining Hackett's current instructional model within the DLI program. Our program is organized with a kindergarten 1st grade team, 1 English teacher and 1 Spanish teacher, a 2nd 3rd grade team, 1 English teacher and 1 Spanish teacher, and 2 self-contained bilingual classrooms at the 4th and 5th grade levels. In total, our school currently has 4 bilingual teachers. The school district has proposed offering DLI instruction in grades K through 4 for the 2026-2027 school year. If Hackett were allowed to continue using the grade split model that we have in place, we could alleviate the challenge of hiring more bilingual staff. The district would only need 6 rather than the 10 Spanish teachers that would be needed if every grade level had a self-contained bilingual classroom. In addition, if Hackett were required to move to the 1 self-contained bilingual classroom per grade level, at least 1 monolingual teacher at Hackett would likely be displaced. Our school has already experienced significant difficulty filling vacancies and retaining teachers in recent years, which has affected the stability of the entire building. This unsteadiness has impacted the students' education and emotional well-being. Based on my experience teaching both models, I believe that the self-contained bilingual classrooms present disadvantages for students. In that model, students who are dominant in Spanish have fewer opportunities or reasons to use English during the school day. Last year, for example, I had 4 Spanish-dominant students who never spoke to me in English because they could easily communicate with me in Spanish during class. However, our current partner teaching model naturally encourages these same students to communicate in both languages. My now Spanish dominant third grade students, whom I taught last year, are now noticeably using more English because they must communicate with their English language teacher. There are many benefits to maintaining our grade level teaching teams. Students are exposed to 2 different teaching styles, which supports learners with diverse needs. The students get the perspective and experiences of 2 teachers. Think of all the advantages that have been reported on looping. Additionally, our teams allow us to collaborate closely, share our expertise, and co-plan instruction to better support student learning. Hackett Elementary currently has strong and successful teaching partnerships within our K-1 and 2-3 DLI teams. This model is working well for our students and staff, and it helps address the very real challenge of hiring bilingual teachers. For these reasons, we respectfully ask the board to consider maintaining Hackett's current DLI instructional model. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ojeda.
Next, I have Jessica with Brian yielding his 3 minutes.
Jessica?
I don't know if it'll be 6 minutes, but thank you. My name is Jessica Weed, and as we know, it's come to our attention that there's going to be a vote today about continuing the dual language program through 4th grade, as well as changing the structure of the program to 1 teacher in classroom instead of the 2 teacher model with 2 classrooms that we are currently using right now. I'm here to express why having the dual language program, and more specifically taught with 2 teachers, 1 Spanish and 1 English, with the split classes model, is essential for our students, families, and the district as a whole. Here's just a little background about myself. I'm in my 26th year of teaching at Hackett in the school district of Beloit, and have spent about 10 years in the dual language program, where we have used the 2 teacher model with a classroom for Spanish language and a classroom for English language. For about 7 of my 10 years in the DLI, I taught 1st grade using the 2 teacher structure, 1 Spanish, 1 English teacher. There were 2 sections of 1st grade dual language then, and the students would learn in Spanish or English, and then we would switch groups to repeat with the 2nd group of students. For the past 3 years, I've taught a kindergarten 1st grade split with my co-teacher, Rocio Alberto, using the 50-50 model and a 2 teacher structure. I start with the kindergarten group first, teaching English, literacy, and math, and Rocio starts with the 1st grade group to work on literacy, science, social studies, and emotional learning, all in Spanish. Then we switch groups midday to work on these skills with the other grade. At times throughout the year, we get our classes together to bridge languages. We also bridge in our individual classes by discussing the cognate word pairs. I also studied Spanish as my minor in the university, so I am able to help the students who might need a few directions in Spanish. Anything I am not able to say in Spanish, I use Google Translate to help. Here are some key points to consider on the importance of the dual language program, and more specifically, taught with 2 teachers, 1 Spanish and 1 English, with a split classes model. This is helpful for our students, families, and the district as a whole. Point 1, before the dual language program existed, ELL services were spread thin across many classrooms and grades. The dual language program centralizes and strengthens that support. It concentrates expertise and supports bilingual development and biliteracy. This program is also a draw for families who enroll in our district, and a reason that many are choosing to stay. The 50-50 model with 2 teachers provides equal instructional time in Spanish and English, promoting stronger academic language development in both languages. Having a classroom for Spanish and English reduces language fatigue and creates expectations for language use that are clear. When students are in the Spanish classroom, they speak Spanish, and when they're in the English classroom, they have to speak English. At Hackett, the K-1 and 2-3 split class model, with teachers switching students midday, provides consistent, targeted instruction in each language. With a two-teacher model, teachers can leverage different strengths and teaching styles to better meet individual student needs. I'm on my fourth point now. I haven't been numbering them. In the split K1 and 2-3 model, the English teacher would focus on English literacy and math for both grades, and the Spanish teacher would focus on the Spanish literacy, science, social studies, and sub-curriculum. If we move to a single teacher model for both languages, that teacher would need to manage still 2 full reading curriculums, the English and the Spanish, of which one might not be their dominant language, in addition to reading groups in both languages, math, science, social studies, and social emotional learning. This would create instructional heavier demands and blurring the language time expectations for students because there wasn't a clear divide between time. Practically, the split model requires fewer bilingual teachers at the lower grades. For example, 1 Spanish teacher for K1, 1 for 2-3, and then a teacher for the 4th. Although this could lend itself to having a 4-5 split, and then we would need just 3 teachers. Whereas a 1 teacher per grade approach would require more hires. So staffing implications. The split model at Hackett currently would require 3 Spanish teachers overall. Moving to a single teacher model for both languages would increase staffing needs and require 5 Spanish teachers. This may prove harder to fill these openings while also increasing the planning and instructional load on 1 teacher. Excuse me. In addition, staff would be displaced. As we learned this year at Hackett, displaced teachers do not always stay in the district. The K1, 2-3 model allows the teacher to know how each student progressed the year before and gives the looping teacher the ability to hit the ground running at the start of the next school year. So questions and concerns I ask the district to consider. Why have the DLI teachers not had a meeting to discuss the 2-teacher model versus a 1-teacher model? Are parents being informed about any proposed shifts to the model, and how will their input be gathered? Will the district hire additional ELL teachers to maintain high-quality services if the dual language program is not continued or not continued in certain grades? If this current model is working at Hackett, why would we want to upset the apple cart by changing it when there are more pressing issues to attend to in our district and our school? Isn't our successful Hackett K1, 2-3 model just another way to differentiate for students?
Mrs. Your time is up.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Thank you.
Please hear the teachers that are in the trenches.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Schultz?
The next person I have is Barbara.
Barbara?
Hi, my name is Barbara Nunez. Our daughter here is a 3rd grader at Robinson Elementary, and she has been a participant of the DLI program since 1st grade. Your proposition to eliminate the DLI program at Robinson will affect her directly. We chose Robinson solely because it offered the DLI program. You proposed that she be uprooted from her environment and that she has known since kindergarten to an entirely new school, where her class will increase to 30 students per class and her enrollment will not even be granted. You propose our child's future be potentially dependent on a lottery system. You do not offer to bus the children, but instead you create yet another barrier by passing on the burden of transportation to a school not within radius to the parents. Not only that, but you fail to communicate the potential major change to DLI families. I found out about this proposal last night. Other parents that I spoke to had no idea this was going on. You try to pull the rug under us and make this change without speaking to all affected participants. The question is, how many more families is the school district willing to lose? You may not consider our kids, but consider the funding you will lose when we all collectively search for better opportunities for our children. I know we will. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Schultz?
Next, I have Andrea.
Hello, buenas tardes. My name is Sandra Lopez Arteaga, resident of Beloit, Wisconsin. The district plans to the elimination of the middle school dual language immersion program, including 5th grade, with the inference that the affected students may take exploratory Spanish courses. I would like the school district to please understand that an introductory Spanish class is an absurd alternative to a full DLI program. Imagine having to study sentences such as, "The cat is orange," "My mom is pretty," "Where is the bathroom?" instead of reading the full text that your education has prepared you to access. This would be like learning the ABCs when you already know how to read. I say this as a multilingual person, former language educator, and parent. When I worked as a summer DLI teacher, I was impressed to see that my very diverse class, made up of newly graduated kindergarteners, could understand Spanish regardless of ethnicity. Early DLI is crucial. I would love my youngest child to benefit from the same resources that my now bilingual first grader had, attending 4K DLI to first grade and beyond to obtain a seal of biliteracy. I also ask the district to be more transparent with the decisions that are being made. As a parent, I was devastated when last year I was informed at the very last minute that my students' upcoming grade level would not be in DLI. This forced me to use the last Friday before the first grade of classes to try to move my student to a school that offered her DLI grade. Additionally, I only learned about these current DLI changes through a post made by a Facebook friend. I am unhappy, but humbly ask the school district to respect the families who have chosen to stay with you. As parents, we expect to have a firm say in our children's education, and we ask you to not hinder our options by leaving important changes undisclosed up until alternative schooling options are much more limited. If a lottery is necessary to see who is lucky enough to secure a place in the DLI program, please leave ample time for us to consider other options. Please provide current educators solid support to obtain proper Department of Public Instruction DPI licensing. Publish a detailed plan on how you aim to help as a way to attract potential candidates and to maintain accountability. If you haven't done so, I also invite you to explore the benefits of bilingualism by learning a new language. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Mrs. Schultz?
Next, I have Cecilia R.
Good afternoon. My name is Cecilia Ramirez, and by my side I have Jimena Cardenas, my daughter, in 3rd grade in Robinson School. And I'm here to ask the board to reconsider the planning of this terminating the Spanish class or the Spanish program at Robinson School. For many students and families in our community, the Spanish program is more than just a language class. It is an important opportunity for students to develop communication skills, culture, understanding, and confidence in a diverse world. Programs like this help prepare our children for the future and encourage inclusion among students from different backgrounds. This Spanish program also supports students who come from Spanish-speaking families by helping them maintain and strengthen their language while continuing their academic development. For many children, this program is a source of pride and connection to the culture. Removing this program may limit valuable education opportunities for students and may also impact families who value bilingual education within our district. I respectfully ask the board to review this decision and consider the voices of students, parents, and community members who benefit from this program. Preserving the Spanish program at Robinson School will continue to support diversity, inclusion, and academic growth for all our students. And since I have time, I'm gonna say from my heart, please, listen and consider your decisions, because these children are here. Like my daughter has been in the Spanish or in the bilingual program since she was in the, as Mr. Ramirez mentioned, the Even Start program since she was 3 years old. And so I have two of my children today in the room, and she's in 3rd grade, and she's reading chapter books in Spanish. And my other child is in the university learning the same level that she is reading now. So this is the real value of the program that we have in the school district of Beloit. So let's don't lose our students, let's don't lose our families, and let's keep the program, and don't put our kids in Robinson on the waiting list, because it will damage their learning as now and in the future. So they're gonna forget what they have learned now. And I know as a parent, I will try not to let her forget what she has learned, but it's gonna be very difficult. So please consider your decision. And thank you so much. Thank you for your work and everything that you do for us.
Thank you. Mrs. Schultz?
Next, I have Cecilia F.M. Did she leave? Okay. Next, I have Doralis, who's going to interpret for her. Yep.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Cecilia Flores.
Good evening, my name is Cecilia Flores.
Yo soy mamá de 2 estudiantes del distrito escolar.
I'm a mom of 2 students for the school district of Beloit.
Y una de las razones por las que están en el distrito escolar de Beloit es el programa bilingüe.
And one of the reasons they are here at the district of Beloit is because the bilingual program.
Ellas han desarrollado las habilidades de escribir, leer y poder comunicarse con otras personas a través de este programa.
They have developed the reading, writing, and how to communicate with other people through this program.
A mí en lo personal no me gustaría que se eliminara o limitara el programa.
Me personally, I would not like to eliminate or reduce the program.
Porque yo veo que este programa les ayuda en un futuro a tomar un certificado bilingüe.
Because I see that in the future, this will advantage them to take a bilingual certificate.
Por otro lado, yo he estado en juntas del superintendente anterior.
So, and on top of that, I was in the other meetings with the previous superintendent.
Y siempre he escuchado que el superintendente dice que una cabeza de un niño es dinero.
And I always heard that one head of a child means money.
Si ahorita ustedes están reduciendo este programa por el dinero,
so if right now you're reducing this program because of money,
¿qué significa si nosotros llevamos a nuestros hijos a otra escuela?
So what do it mean if we move our children to another schools?
Que perdemos más dinero.
So we'll lose more money.
En lo personal, yo estoy en el distrito escolar por el doble lenguaje.
Personally, I'm here at the District of Beloit because of the dual language.
Si se llega a perder este programa, yo movería a mis hijas a Lincoln.
If we lose this program, more likely I'll move my children to Lincoln.
Mis 2 mayores hijas están ahorita en el distrito escolar de Beloit y tengo una niña más pequeña que entraría a 4K.
My oldest children, they're already at the Beloit School District, and I have another child that's going to start 4K.
Así que ella perdería esta oportunidad.
She will lose this opportunity.
Por último, quiero mencionar que middle school es donde se desarrollan más los skills de nuestros estudiantes.
And lastly, I want to say that the middle school is where the kids develop quite a bit.
Me gustaría que pensaran en eso. Nosotros estamos muy preocupados.
I want you to think of that. We're very worried.
Y también quiero, se supone que nuestros hijos son el futuro.
We supposed to be, they are children are the future.
Si ustedes les quitan estas oportunidades,
You should take these opportunities.
Que no vamos a tener profesionales en un futuro.
So we will not have professionals in the future.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias, Señora Flores. Michelle?
Next, I have Eleanor.
Hello, my name is Eleanor Anderburn. I am a parent of 2 children in the school district of Beloit, with the 3rd registered for 4K next fall. My older child has been in the dual language immersion program at Todd Elementary since 4K, now in 4th grade. And my middle child was in it for 4K and 5K before it was not offered for her grade this year, which we, like Andrea, learned about at back to school night. For both children, learning Spanish has been an important and joyful part of their education. I believe that both of them learn to read in English more easily because of the phonetics of reading in Spanish. And I believe that both of them have had an enriched education by being exposed to a culture, language, worldview broader than their own. For me and my husband, the DLI program was a reason to choose the school district of Beloit. Learning Spanish and English from a young age is a benefit not available in nearby districts, public charters, or private schools. I understand the district is resource constrained and has some tough decisions. I'm glad the staff have found some way to keep the DLI program at least operational at some schools for 5K through 4th grade. I urge you to consider ways to extend it to 5th grade and middle school at the point in the future when resource and staffing allow you to revisit the conversation. I know you will face more tough decisions over the coming years, and I appreciate your service to our community and being willing to deal with these challenges. Let me finish with some suggestions for the future with respect to the DLI program and to attracting families to the district. I urge you to continue to identify and preserve programs that give parents reasons to choose the school district of Beloit in addition to DLI. I urge you to market the DLI program to the community as a strength of the district to build demand for the district. Parents need to know about this opportunity before they make choices about enrolling their child in 4K at any school. I also urge you to carefully track what happens to families who do not get into the DLI program through a lottery or who are currently at a school where the DLI program is ending, and keep track of whether they leave the district. I have very much appreciated the DLI program as a parent. My children have very much enjoyed it as students, and I love to tell other members of our community that it's a great reason to choose the school district of Beloit.
Thank you, Eleanor. Mrs. Schultz?
Next, I have Maria Elena.
Hello, dear members of the board. My name is Maria Elena White. I've been teaching at UW Whitewater for 20 years for different departments: communication, race and ethnic study program, and world languages and cultures. So I'm here to give you my own perspective as a university teacher. So I have seen a lot of students coming from Beloit to our classes, and I have seen the difference in our Latino students before they were involved in the dual language immersion. They were in my classrooms, in other classrooms, with a lot of lack of self-esteem. a lot of self-esteem, lack of self-esteem. They were worried about their language skills. They did not have any language skill thinking in professional level. They were not doing good in the schools. In the classes, they always had S, CSS, or B-. And when they were able to speak the language. So because they never took Spanish language, they grew up speaking Spanish at home, but they did not develop the language skills, writing and speaking and comprehension and all those things that we see. So I have seen students coming from this program, the dual language immersion, and I can see a huge difference. They come and just like they are gonna break their room, and they come with a lot of confidence, and they do well in the classes, and there is a huge difference in all those students. And now that's from one side, but another benefit that I see about in this program is that this program gives the opportunity to other sectors of our community, other children who are not coming from bilingual families. You are giving them the opportunity to learn a second language. And that's something that is incredible, healthy for our communities, that those children who are speaking English at home and they don't have any opportunity, then boom, you are giving them that opportunity and they become bilingual. So that's great. So another thing that we see from the university is all those children that come from this system, this program, they have the opportunity to save a lot of money in the school, because when they go to Whitewater, first they can go to Rock County College, and then they can go to Whitewater. They can save 16 credits. So they go directly and take the Spanish classes in the Latino community. University Whitewater has the only program in the state that is for heritage speakers. So they just go there and then they work in writing, because that's the weakness. The writing skill is the highest skill in any language. And then they just save 16 credits and they save a lot of money. Now, for both the students, all the benefits that we see, and you all know because this program has been here for many years, and you know that they become more competitive because they can find more jobs, and they do local, national, or international. If they develop the language skills professionally, they can do that. And also they can provide translations in the community. They can do that and increase multicultural awareness. And that's something that we have to appreciate in this world, because if we don't get along, we're gonna kill each other. And then no one is gonna come and kill us, but we are gonna kill each other here in this room. So we have to increase the multicultural awareness and to be able to be in this program. That helps a lot in our community. So the only thing I have been listening, we just knew, all the community knew about what was going on yesterday. So the only thing I know what you are trying to do with the elementary, but what it worries me is the middle school. So because if there are not, if you go with this decision and everything becomes real, the students in the middle school are going to stop that development. And that's the high risk that I see. It's gonna stop. And that could be detrimental. So please consider, I'm asking you to consider that if you have to keep going with this process, at least consider leaving one middle school in not to cut the program in 2 different middle schools, just at least one. Just please you consider that and keep one middle school open, and that's it. Thank you for your time and consideration. And Robinson.
Thank you, Maria. And Mrs. Schultz, Board Member Megan Miller yielded time for that.
Okay. And the last one I have in the room is Christina.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Christina Parente, and get my notes here. I'd like to express my concern about the proposed reduction of the DLI program specifically for 5th grade and middle school. My son is a 9th grader, or a 10th grader now. No, he's in 9th grade at the high school. He went through DLI from kindergarten to 8th grade, and right now he's currently getting an A in his Spanish language arts class. There's no way that he would be able to succeed in the way that he has had he taken the last class in 4th grade and then jumped into it in 9th grade. There's absolutely no way that he would have had the language proficiency at all. So just to say that. He has benefited in ways to understand other cultures, understand other perspectives and languages, and it's broadened his worldview, and I would hate for that to be taken away from other students as well. The last thing I wanted to do is sort of think a little bit about that reduction for 5th and middle school. Without continued immersion, students lose the skills that can significantly impact their ability to succeed, as I've mentioned, in higher level language courses. The proposed middle school language offerings are much weaker. It's a dilution. It's not in the spirit of DLI, and there is no way that a quarter unit of Spanish in 6th grade, a semester in 7th grade, can even come close to what the DLI program can do and prepare students for. This proposal really seems to come from people, and no offense, that don't understand language acquisition, right? They just don't. Language acquisition is a complex cognitive process that requires consistent exposure, meaningful interaction, and immersion. DLI supports this by engaging students mentally and socially, allowing them to live that language through experiences, through authentic experiences, and interacting with fluent native speakers. Reducing this to a more traditional model undermines those benefits for both Spanish speakers and English speakers. And honestly, it's not worthy of them to the point that they've gotten to. Furthermore, while there was a mention of possibly reinstating DLI in 4K and 5th grade, and when I say mention, it was like a hope, there doesn't appear to be a plan to restore it at the middle school level, and that's concerning because once you eliminate it, then it's off the table. So I really, really hope that there is a long-term vision to rebuild a full K to 8th or 4K to 8th pathway, or are we permanently breaking that? So finally, I'm concerned, and I've heard this echoed too, that services for ESL students now may become once again diluted across the district rather than becoming supported through this strong integrated programming through DLI. I urge the board to reconsider this proposal and to preserve a program that supports, it's like a lot of here, academic achievement, bilingualism, and long-term student success. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Schultz?
I have a couple emails. The first is from Janet. Dear School District of Beloit, my name is Janet. I'm a dual language and ESL teacher at Aldrich Middle School. I'm writing regarding the district's proposal to make cutbacks to the dual language program that currently serves kindergarten through 8th grade. Our school district has had a dual language program since 2012, and it is one of the main reasons many families choose our district. The proposal is for the 2026-2027 school year is to eliminate the middle school program and 5th grade at the elementary schools. The program would also go from 3 to 2 elementary schools. It is understandable to have only 2 elementary schools open due to enrollment and availability of teachers. But the proposal states phasing out the middle school program, and truly it is just getting rid of it altogether. Areas of concern. We already have lost many families to neighboring school districts. If you cut the middle school program, some parents will send their children to another school. The school district of Beloit cannot afford to lose more students. You still have to have certified teachers to teach these students. They still will need a teacher, or perhaps the class sizes will go up in the current monolingual rooms. You made a commitment to these families when they started their kids in kindergarten or first grade. They were told that they would have a program all the way into high school. The school district has already been unable to provide the dual language classes it imagined at the high school. Thankfully, the students can still take challenging Spanish classes. It would not be fair to then cut back 4 grades. It would make many parents, students, and teachers upset. Many dual language teachers, including myself, have invested their time into the program. Many teachers have spent countless hours making materials in Spanish and using their own money to have bilingual resources available for the students. We already have teachers and students move around just 2 years ago with the closing of schools and changing grade configurations. Taking away a program for 4 grade levels would be another huge adjustment for our students. Has the school district laid out a plan for the middle school dual language teachers for next year? They came to the district to help increase literacy skills for our families and have poured into creating, supporting cultural events for the community. Some have come from other countries over the years. It is also mid-March already, and there are only 11 weeks of the school year left. Educators have the right to know sooner than this what their job might be. We are always making decisions for the next year as we finish units. Has the school district tried more yet for next year? No. CISA 2, an agency that provides support to local school districts, came in and observed our schools a few years ago. They talked to students and staff, examined policies, and more. They provided excellent ways to maintain the program. In their Beloit Program Review Findings Board presentation document, it stated one way to help the dual language program is to have DLI at just one middle school. The district has not tried doing DLI at just one school yet. It is not professional to not at least make an attempt at it. CISA 2 stated in the findings listed above that data shows that academic growth for students within the DLI were on par with that of the district as a whole. The English language growth of English learners was higher relative to other programs and on par with the state average, and a relative proportion of students showed Spanish language proficiency at intermediate and advanced levels. This showed that teachers were making a difference and students were making excellent progress. In addition, there hasn't been a survey sent out to district staff asking for suggestions. Parents and community members have not been asked for their opinion as well.
Mrs. Schultz? I'm sorry, the time is up.
Okay, there's quite a bit more if you want, I can forward it to you.
I believe this one was sent to the board members. Did other board? Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
The other one I have is from Juan. Dear board members, I want to start by saying I understand the position you're in. I know firsthand the pressure that comes with budget constraints, staffing shortages, and making difficult decisions. I also believe the intent behind this proposal is not to harm the community. That said, I have concerns about the proposed changes to the dual language immersion program. From what I understand, the plan is to consolidate the elementary program and eliminate immersion at the middle school level, replacing it with exploratory and selective Spanish courses. And elective Spanish courses. While something is still being offered, it's important to really note that this is not equivalent to immersion. Language acquisition requires consistency. Removing immersion in grades 6 through 8 creates a 3-year gap that disrupts the progression students have built since elementary school. That continuity is what makes these programs effective. This isn't just about the 1/3 of our population that is Hispanic. This affects the entire district. Before making a change of this magnitude, I believe 2 areas require more clarity. First, program effectiveness. What data is being used to determine whether the DLI program is meeting expectations? If it is effective, why are we scaling it back? If it is not, then the community deserves to see that data. Second, financial due diligence. Before cutting any student-facing program, where is the comprehensive financial review to ensure cuts are being made in the right places? We can't say a financial review takes too long while money continues to be spent every day. Finances don't slow down while we figure things out, which is exactly why that level of review is necessary. Have we conducted a true line-by-line analysis of spending? Have all alternatives been explored, or are we defaulting to program reductions because they are the most immediate option? This isn't about being for or against one program. It's about transparency, process, and making informed decisions that impact students and families long term. Once you break a program like this, you don't just pause it, you risk losing it entirely. Rebuilding it later is far more difficult than protecting it now. I would strongly encourage the board to provide that clarity before moving forward. The board owes the community, most importantly its students, transparency, clear, and well-supported decisions. Respectfully, Juan. And that's all the public comment that I have.
Thank you, Mrs. Schultz. I really appreciate your reading all of those for us. Next on the agenda, we have the Student Board Report. Student Board Representative McKenna Rounds.
Hello, everyone. My name is McKenna Rounds, and I'm here to talk about what's going on at the high school the last, 4 weeks? Starting today, we had a new tardy policy where if you weren't in class on time, you get swept up and you had to go to the room across from ALE and get a pass and talk to administrators and talk about why you were late to class and then how you can be present and on time to class. The spring musical was started last week. It's Mean Girls. Go see it. Sounds fun. A lot of my friends are in there. Please go support them. Our boys basketball team is doing pretty well. They made it to the third round of the playoffs. And Amari Herford is yet again doing amazing. Who is really surprised he's the GOAT? NHS is holding a baby supplies drive. Any items can be donated to Willow Women's Center by dropping them off at any of the SDB schools. We are also holding a blood drive on Friday, and we have over 100 students signed up to give blood. The ACT was last week, and the pre-ACT is tomorrow. Hooray. Keep them all in your thoughts. Parent-teacher conferences are coming up. I think it's next Thursday and next Friday morning. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, McKenna.
President Johnson?
Yes.
I made an error when I was calling names. There was somebody I thought wasn't here, but that's who Doralis interpreted for. But she has one that she's actually going to read for somebody. So I had 2 cards, but I thought one of them wasn't here. Could we do her really quick?
If there's no board member objection? No. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So Doralis is going to read for, and I'm sorry, I don't, is it? Susana. Susana?
And just as we get started, to
Mi
remind if
nombre es
someone
Azucena. Yo estoy a favor del programa DLI porque es una forma de aprendizaje que ha ayudado mucho a mi hijo. Es el idioma, es el programa con el cual ha estado desde primero hasta 7 grado. Hoy cuando llegó a casa me preguntó qué va a pasar si lo quitan.
My name is Azucena. I'm in favor of the DLI program because this is the way to learn. It has helped a lot of my child in this program that he has been since 1st grade to 7th grade. Today, when he came home, he asked me, what's going to happen if it's eliminated? Thank you.
So thank you. Next, we have the superintendent report. Dr. Anderson.
Well, the first thing I'd like to do is give an update on the Hendricks proposal. Is that this recently we had Dr. Leah Malott, Benji Klett, and Fonda Lewis attended an open literacy demonstration in Milwaukee. We are also, they were very impressed by what they saw that day. We also now have staff meetings coming up with both Converse and Gaston. Those are the 2 schools that seem to have the greatest amount of interest in pursuing this program. So we're meeting with them over the next 2 weeks so we can help determine what would be the best fit for our school. We are trying to work through the portions of the agreement so that we can have that all set. And of course, the first one is where's the best place to put the program for the next year. So those are some things that are happening currently. There was already the mention, but I think it pays. We do have 2 special board meetings coming up that I want to make the public aware of. The first one is Monday, March 23rd. That is going to discuss several topics. Among them is the transition process for the superintendent. We're also going to talk the referendum process, and we'll be talking about the impact that the expansion of the Lincoln Academy will have on the Beloit School District for the 27-28 school year. A week following that, on March 30th, we have a special meeting of the board to talk about the budget. It's already been mentioned that we are looking at cutting $4.5 million from next year. At that meeting, will give us an opportunity to go over what we think are some options the board can take a look at as we try to reach that number. Those are some of the major things that are going on at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Next, we have the Policy and Human Resource Committee report. Chairperson Nichols.
Thank you, Board President Johnson. The Policy and HR Committee Resources HR Committee met at 4 p.m. this afternoon, and we spent a lot of time discussing a really challenging subject about assistant principal positions, dean positions in the school district, and specifically Robinson. So we did move that forward to the full board in the consent agenda, and then we also approve the Exhibit A from the HR report, and it's forwarded to the board for action later tonight. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Next, we have the Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee report. Chairperson Rue.
Yes, thank you. We discussed the new alternative education programming that we've been looking into. We're looking to add a section at Fruzen as well as one at the one elementary site. We also discussed understanding the multi-level systems of support, which used to be known as RTI, and lots of fun acronyms that go with that, SIT, and how that's related to MLSS as well. And then we ended up with the summer school information for 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Rue. Next tonight on the agenda, we have approval of Chromebook proposal for Fruzen and Aldridge for the 2026-2027 school year. The purpose of this item is to replace the 6th and 7th grade Chromebooks on carts for core teachers, discontinue the practice of taking Chromebooks home to minimize repair and replacement costs, and to create a plan for a replacement cycle which includes purchasing Chromebooks for 9th grade students each year. Dr. Anderson and Mr. Jeff Stenrose.
Well, I'm going to start. This is one of those discussions where we're talking about what do we have to cut from the budget, and here's where I have to say we need to look at spending money. One is for our Chromebooks, as already been mentioned. If we look at buying Chromebooks for 6th and 7th graders, which has already been explained, a change that we'd like to make is we'd like to keep these Chromebooks in the school rather than have them go home, because we are finding we're having a great deal of loss and have to repair. But in order to buy the devices, about $720, that would cost us $347,000. We also have to buy carts to store them in and charge them, which could be another $29,000. And if we buy Chromebooks for our 9th grade students, about $350, that is $168,000. So right there, you're looking at over $500,000 in order to buy the Chromebooks necessary for the instruction of the use of Chromebooks at our middle school and our 9th grade. Now, what makes it worse is that if we don't purchase these by the end of the month, the cost is going to go up by 20%. So that means that $500,000 just went up another $100,000. That you don't get any more devices, it's just the devices get more expensive. So then the question always comes to me, well, Dr. Anderson, how are we going to pay for this? Which is an excellent question. I wish I had an easy answer. It obviously isn't going to be from money that's already been allocated in the budget, because there isn't that much money in the budget to make that payment. The only new revenue that I can think of that we could tap to make that is we did sell the McNeil property just recently. When that closes, that would bring in enough additional revenue to cover the cost of these Chromebooks and have a little bit left over, but that is the only feasible way I'm thinking of right now that we'd be able to afford that. But if we don't make the purchase now, this is not like we can't make the purchase later. It's just that that purchase is going to cost us another 20% more than it was now. So now I'll turn over to Mr. Stenroos.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. As he stated, there's a proposal for 6th and 7th grade Chromebooks in the classroom and 9th grade Chromebooks as an ongoing purchase. One of the issues is, and you look at the proposal sheet that was put there, is Brett Berg to date has repaired approximately 800 Chromebooks for middle school alone. Students taking them home for whatever reason, going back and forth, throwing them in lockers, dropping them along the way, has resulted in multiple repairs. Like I said, almost 800 repairs to date, just for the middle school grades themselves, which is a significant amount. Also, our current Chromebooks, the insurance coverage ends at the end of this school year in June 2026. So therefore, the repairs become our cost as a district. And again, you can see there's a significant amount of them, except for some of the new Dell Chromebooks with that. Additionally, the Chromebooks we have after 2020 or in 2029 will no longer be able to sustain updates. So that will be, in essence, they become obsolete devices that cannot be updated with any current software. And as we were using them for whatever testing that might be, any other curricular programs, they will not be able to receive the updates with that. So our solution is that we get Chromebooks for the middle school students, but we are keeping all Chromebooks at the middle school in core classrooms. And so these devices would no longer be going home with students. They would be staying in the classrooms for themselves. So there would be a cart that would be a part of that. So 6th and 7th grade would get brand new Chromebooks with what they are returning of existing Chromebooks from 6th grade, 7th grade, and the 8th grade. We have enough to sustain classroom sets for the 8th grade ones, and it provides us with additional Chromebooks for repairs for the 8th grade models and any of the high school models that are still out there that would need to be updated. So again, that provides enough to make sure that we still have something for 8th grade as well, but also gives us some flexibility with the other devices once they've come off of the insurance cycle, that we're able to sustain some of that and save some costs because we have the extra Chromebooks to provide as backups and or parts for that. As Dr. Anderson said, it was a plan that we were looking at for next year. How do we eliminate the repair problem and the significant use of those Chromebooks? And then in working with TC Networks to come up with this, they informed us that the prices will go up. And as Dr. Anderson, 20%, we've also heard 20% or more by March 30th, which is, again, very alarming. And as you said, it's a significant number. These are things that we need to replace if we're going to go ahead and maintain devices in our classrooms. One of the other pieces that it does is, by our current policy of allowing students to take them home, we have a very inconsistent percentage of students who come to school having their Chromebooks, and then if they have them, are they charged or not? So we have some haves and have-nots as far as curricular uses, that there may be something that's utilizing a device for part of the curriculum, but we have a number of students who either do not have a device, it's broken, we're waiting for something to be repaired, and or it's not charged at that point in time. So having a classroom set, as long as the teacher is making sure they are in there and plugged in every day, when they go to have curricular use of them, they have the full set at their disposal for everybody to utilize. The same thing goes for when we're utilizing them for testing throughout the district. We have them readily available for every student, and not having some and not others with that. The additional part and kind of the hidden cost, again, is Brett Berg's and TC Network's cost of labor and how much time it takes them to do repairs and or get these recycled. It is hours per day with all of these repairs, and that again is a hidden cost that's in there, where Mr. Berg could be doing other other work that is needed instead of being a Chromebook repair person. Those things will still exist, but we will vastly reduce this by not having the Chromebooks go home and then replacing them. Now, with that, we've also talked about having a cycle or a plan for this moving forward. So at the bottom of this, again, it outlines 6th and 7th grade for next year. 9th grade is going to be an ongoing year. And then later replacing 3rd through 5th grade. And then another year after that, replacing the 8th grade Chromebooks. And so therefore it is a cycle for those Chromebooks. 9th graders would get a new one that would be with them for their 4-year high school career. Yes, there are repairs for the high school grade levels, but at a significantly lower percentage than there are for the high school. So that is our proposal. And again, time is of the essence with this. If we're going to continue to have devices, the price goes up considerably to the tune of over $100,000 if we wait until after March 3rd. And that is the alarming part. So, questions?
Oops. Any board members have questions? Ms. Miller?
Hi, thank you so much for the presentation. Totally understand the ask for this evening. I just have a clarifying question. Can you help me understand the timeline for when an approval for, you talked about phasing in 9th grade next, and then you said 3rd and 5th grade was afterwards, is that correct?
So 9th grade would need new Chromebooks every year, starting and they would continue on. 3rd through 5th grade would be for the following school year, the 27-28 school year, and then getting 8th grade the year after that, because that's when the current ones we have are no longer able to receive updates. So 8th grade will then need to be part of that cycle.
No, that makes sense. And so can you help me understand, like, when would you be bringing the 3rd and 5th grade proposal to the board? And my reason for asking is that I know, like, there's a lot of moving conversations. And Dr. Anderson in his update mentioned, meeting to talk about the budget and some things right even next week and the week after. If there were going to be like a systemic change in how we are utilizing Chromebooks, I just want to try to understand how that timeline would play into our decision making, I guess, on how we're utilizing the technology going forward.
Yeah, so that would be something we would want to make the decision by, if there's going to be a change, by next year, somewhere in the middle of the school year. Again, not knowing what time frame of price increases may be, but that would be a decision for next school year to make for the 27-28 budget cycle. So whether we have to purchase them at the end of the year or into July of the 27-28 school year, but that would be something within one calendar year from now. There needs to be a determination of whether we're going to utilize devices at that age or what grade levels would have to be. So that is, you have a little bit of time, but not a lot.
I appreciate that. So I'm just going to summarize and conclude my thoughts here. So what I'm hearing you say is, right now we have devices that are about to become obsolete, and because we haven't had any meaningful discussions that I'm aware of doing anything dramatically differently, like for this next year with Chromebooks, the logical cost-saving thing to do would be to take this step, but it sounds like there might be there's a bit of a runway for us to kind of make those future discussions before committing to different grade levels and implementation. Is that right?
Correct. This would set us up for middle school and high school moving forward, and then the determination of what happens K through 5, different grade bands, is still up for debate, and there is some time for that.
Carol Fox.
Couple of quick questions. First, I'm 9th grade, we purchase it every year because they get a Chromebook and it's supposed to last them through the high school.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. I'm wondering how much curriculum is on these Chromebooks, and what is the plan for students who need to make up work, or students who need to be, I'm assuming they take their Chromebooks home because they're supposed to be working with their Chromebooks at home. And so if they don't have them at home, how are they supposed to access material for homework and other work that they're supposed to be doing or completing?
So if they are assigned homework on a Chromebook device, that does create a challenge. We did go ahead and create a survey and ask middle school teachers how much homework is being sent home, which of it, how much of that is on a device, and how much time is allotted or needed for that. And I don't have the numbers. Brandy Grady, our media specialist, is the one who brought that to us, but the number was quite small as far as the number that require homework in those classes, and it's a small amount of time, and we're looking at that could be done within a classroom. We're looking at some alterations to the middle school schedule, and obviously that would have to be some training of curricular use of time and utilizing it while you're in the classroom. If there is an assignment that needs to go home and it is on a device, we will have a process, or especially if it's select students, that we could do some checking out of Chromebooks, but it would not be done en masse. And some of those extra Chromebooks that we have collected from 6th and 7th graders, that would provide us some extra devices that we could send home from time to time as needed.
So why are they if they're not being assigned homework, why are they taking them home? And that's one question. And the other question is the damage really being done at home, or are the Chromebooks being damaged at school?
The answer to number one is I'm not sure how much is being sent home, or that they're doing, and the damage, we don't know where. We just realized that's a different factor from what we're seeing in the others in the K through 5. The repairs are not there because they're not allowed to take them home. 9th grade, high school level, we're seeing students who are more responsible, and we don't know. So we debated whether we should have a classroom set or students can have them with them and walk them around the entire day. But what we found out is with the non-consistent use or non-need for them, some classes do not require them to utilize them. Some classes utilize them, but not every single day. These students are walking around with them for 8 periods a day, possibly using them for 2 or 3, dropped off a table, thrown in a locker. And so that's why we looked at putting them and having classroom sets. We're also looking at these prolonging the life of them. While there's a 5-year insurance cycle, we're thinking we can get 7 or 8 years out of them, possibly longer, but we're only counting on 7 or 8 years by preserving them and keeping them within the classroom.
Okay, as long as there's a system so the kids who need to be doing work at home can manage to figure out how to do that.
Right. We will have a checkout system for those, and we will have some of those older extra devices at this point in time. And as we cycle through, we will then have some other ones to replace that.
Brian Nichols?
I'm going to put on my policy hat first. Policy 672-1 that we revised in November 24 requires that any expenditure over $25,000 gets 3 requests for proposals or ITFs, and we have none. We have 1. I know I saw your comments about, we just heard about this May 4th, we got to have it by the 30th. I understand all that, but did we know we were going to need these Chromebooks now? Or they're not even in the, I'm sorry, I'm asking a multiple question. These weren't budgeted then. If we don't have the money to spend for them, then we didn't budget these. Dr. Anderson, do you know or Stephanie, did we not budget for these? It seems like since I've been here almost 3 years, it seems like we have bought Chromebooks every year, and here we are going to buy a lot more, and we haven't done our due diligence to see who's out there. I did not recall that we bought Dell Chromebooks in 2023. That might have been before I got here, but and they're that's good. It's good to hear that they're still good, but that's 890 of them. So anyway, back to the policy. We're just going to ignore it.
Can you repeat what your question was based on the policy, Mr. Nichols?
It requires three requests for proposals. Anything above $25,000.
Yeah. Jake Slayback, who is our TCI Networks coordinator, is on this call. Jake, he did provide a sole source piece of that. Chromebooks we purchased with the help of TC Networks, so they're the group that did the legwork on that. So Jake, is that something that you can weigh in on, please?
Yeah, we provided a sole source specification. I thought it was in it's in the board doc.
There is a part in the policy that gives an exception when it can be a sole source and when that's possible, and that was the justification that was written up by Jake Slayback on why, as a sole source, he thought this was one of those exceptions that's allowed by the policy.
Okay.
So the company that they're buying the Chromebooks from also provides the warranty services and the support for those Chromebooks as well, that we have the other Chromebooks that we already have. We're getting that service through them as well.
Okay. Well, either one of you or Jake, then how did we end up with Dell's 3 years ago? What was the deal with that? I know we can't change the past, but history can help us a lot going forward.
Jake, I'm hoping that's something you can answer, because that was a decision I was not a part of.
Yeah, are you guys able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. Xerox is actually the company we use, and we chose them multiple years ago because of the warranty. The service that they provide, we actually do a drop off and pick up with them, so any of our repairs go out and get dropped back off to them. The Dell one was a recommendation by the company because it had the least amount of problems, and it has continued that least amount of problems, and that's why we've gone with Dell.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Mr. Nichols, I do know that in conversations working with this, that my understanding is, and Jake has brought this up, many years ago there was a plan for new Chromebooks at 3rd grade and a new Chromebook at 8th grade with a 5-year insurance cycle that would allow them to cycle up, and that would allow us to, and that plan was developed but never put into place. And so therefore it was just purchasing Chromebooks as needed when needed in lump sums. And so that's one of the pieces of this, is trying to put some sort of a cycle onto that, and keeping those repair costs and the need for a crunch at one time from happening. Unfortunately, that's where we are right now, because that 3rd grade and 8th grade cycle did not occur.
Okay.
Joanne Root?
Yes, thank you. So going back to how we're using them, what ones we need to purchase. So so more and more research is coming out now about screens versus actual physical things in our hands. Have we talked to teachers about what they would prefer to have in their classrooms? Is this something that teachers still think is really important, that each classroom has 30 of them? Or is it something that they aren't using every day, and we could have a sign-out system and not have as many Chromebooks in the middle school?
So the proposal would have them in all core subjects, but not in the specials programs. So it's not in every single classroom, because those are the ones that utilize them the most. There are pieces of their curriculum learning platform that is online and digital, and a lot of things we're seeing now are not textbooks in hand; they are digital based. So that fits the curricular need from those classes. The specialists less often. We also, with the plan to have a couple of floating carts, so that specialists aren't excluded from them. They have the ability to have some from the extras that we would have to use them. And again, with state testing, some of our curricular pieces, and we're looking at some of our intervention, whether it's tier 1 or tier 1 resource or supplement, tier 2, they are online, and this provides access to all of those all the time. So not every teacher uses them, but the curricular at those core areas is a little bit more dependent upon them. Now, at the lower grades, that is still up for question, but at least starting in grade 6 and moving forward, the curricular pieces have more and more dependency upon the use of a device to some degree.
So could we possibly ask teachers in the future, like maybe start, I don't know, a study or something to see how much we're actually using them, and if we really do need a set for each core classroom? Because I know there's teachers that have them in their rooms and would say that they probably would be okay with signing them out instead of having to have them in their room all the time.
Yeah, we did look at, do we need them only in certain core classrooms? One of the pieces that we're looking at, again, is strengthening our use of academic lab time and utilizing some support programs, and that would be across the board. So therefore, moving those carts from some core areas, others would not have that, and when they have academic lab time, we're doing a lot of switching. So it does mean that we are providing a few more sets of Chromebooks that might not be utilized all the time, but that intentional programming of providing greater greater resources and greater use of them necessitates them to have them without having a super inconvenience. Minor inconveniences we can deal with, and that's where we looked at with the specialists, their checkout availability. They don't need them as often, but core classes, core teachers will also teach all academic labs, and therefore there's a need for it there.
Amy Levy?
Thank you. If we could circle back to the RFP, it sounds like it wasn't issued. And I see the sole source justification, but that just means you're going to purchase it from one source. In my opinion, that doesn't eliminate the need to have an RFP to get options and determine which sole source you will purchase from. So I am hesitant to support this when there hasn't been an RFP. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is one provider saying this is the cost, and oh, by the way, it will go up at the end of the month, but we don't have information about what other providers are offering. Is that accurate?
Mr. Slaybeck, can you address that?
That is correct. We do not have another quote at this time, but I've heard from multiple sources that costs on Chromebooks are going up across the board. Almost all of them are hearing that 20% for the end of the month, and then another 20 or 40% this summer.
Jake, I'm sorry.
No, please.
Jake, could you also speak to the warranty piece of the quote?
Yeah, so the 5-year warranty that we get with them is only through Xerox. Year over year, when we presented this, no one has been able to touch that part, and that's why Xerox has won every year. Or in the past, it was TRA or IT Savvy. That's the same company. If you look past in the past, all the same company that's just been bought out because of this service that they provide. So that is another reason we go with them is the 5-year, and again, that drop off and return. They actually come on site with the truck, drop off the repair, pick up the next one to be repaired for us. And currently no one else does that.
Again, since it seems like the message we're receiving is this is the superior option, it would have been nice to be able to confirm that by comparing it against other options as is stated in our policy. So again, I have some hesitation. My next question, what is the current cost incurred by the district for repairing or replacing approximately 800 Chromebooks, which to me is, I am unclear why we waited until it got to 720 before we considered a plan of maybe these shouldn't go home. So one, what is the cost outside the hidden cost of Brett's work? And two, is there a reason that we allowed the tally to get so high before we entertained a plan to keep Chromebooks in the buildings?
So Jake, at the current situation, they picked them up and dropped them off, but we are also doing internal repairs with what we can, and that's what Brett is working on. Is that correct?
We do have some internal repairs. We have anything under the 5-year warranty, depending on what warranty we bought that year, everything should be covered. Either sometimes the battery is not or the screen is not. So sometimes we have to pay a $50 for a battery or $100 for a screen replacement. And then we have been keeping any older Chromebooks aside, ready to order more parts if we need to start doing that in-house. That's one of the reasons we did not bring this forward sooner, is we were going to try to repair as many as we could for next year. But with how many have been needing repairs, and with the June 2029 for the last Google updates coming up and wanting to try to get back on that cycle, that's why this was brought forward sooner than later. 2020/2021 was when we bought basically all of them at the same time. Not all of them, but close to the majority of them. And that's why so many are coming due in 2029. And then different years, we've tried to bring 3rd and 8th forward. We usually get 1 year approved, and this is just kind of where we're at now.
So again, my question that unfortunately wasn't answered is what is the cost incurred by the district for repairing or replacing almost 800 Chromebooks?
If they're under warranty, we're not paying for that, Jake, other than if it's screen or battery. And then the internal cost is, so while they drop off and pick up with those repairs, Brett also then has to try to deal with replacements to cover that, so the student is not waiting for, it isn't left without a device. So that's where the internal cost was. But as far as the cost of the actual repair, if they're covered underneath the insurance, we are not paying anything at this point in time, correct? Jake?
That is correct.
So for screens and batteries, that is a cost. Do we have an idea how much we're paying in screens and batteries? And my next question is, I know for my children that as a parent, I signed that I will be responsible. Is that just something that we do, or are parents and guardians getting a bill?
So if it's not accidental damage, that is when I believe the district charges for a replacement. If it is accidental, that is covered on most of our Chromebooks.
Okay, so again, how much has the district paid in screens and batteries, if that's the only thing we're responsible for because we have a warranty? And I'm just gonna assume no one is saying, yeah, I intentionally damaged my Chromebook, so we can count that as moot. Do we have, and it can be an estimate, I'm just curious, how much is the district paying for screens and batteries for these 700 Chromebooks?
I do not have that number right now. I'd have to get it.
I guess my final question is, this cost that's over $300,000, I just wanted to make sure I heard that correctly. This is not budgeted?
That is correct. This was not in the budget as far as Dr. Anderson has told me.
That is correct. There was no budget.
Okay, so I'm assuming that we know, eventually these will need to be replaced because they're ending their life cycle. And just out of curiosity, was this planned for maybe next year's budget and we just got there early, or there have been no discussions for budgeting this amount and we just need to figure it out now?
So from the teaching learning aspect, coming up with Brett Berg and working with TC Networks and talking about the numbers of repairs that we need and changing our policy or our practice to keep the middle school Chromebooks in the classroom. That was the first piece, realizing we had an inordinary amount of repairs. It was at the time then when the cost came forward with the proposed increase that it was brought up now. We were actually looking at a plan for next school year and moving beyond that. But the price increase was sort of the, what do we do at this point in time to take advantage of that? So that's where it was brought to the forefront now, as opposed to saying we were going to put it into the budget for the next cycle.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I don't have enough information. I don't think we've done enough comparison. We don't even know how much this is costing us in repairs, so this isn't something I'm able to support right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Levy. Tom Hankins?
Thank you very much. And thank you, Amy, for bringing that forward, because I was going to ask the same question, why it wasn't in the budget for this year. But getting back to the funding piece, and since the sale of McNeil happened, and I'm just trusting that our superintendent, there has a priority list of how to spend that money, since it kind of just fell in our laps. Nobody knew it was coming, and I want to make sure this is the best use of that X amount of dollars that the district's going to be getting. I'm trusting that the priority list is where it needs to be, knowing that I understand the 20% increase, but everything's going to go up, and I don't know if I don't know what your wish list is for the remaining 3 or 4 months, but is this where you really want to spend it? Thank you.
I'll tell you that in a normal year, we budget ahead, so I can bring you a list of what I think are the potential expenses so that we can prove that it's a whole budget process. That's obviously not what I walked into. So, right now what we're faced on is that if we're going to need to replace Chromebooks and they're going to go up substantially, do we look at doing it now? Because it's not that I can't build it in later, it's just that it's going to cost a lot more to build it in after this point, which means, as I always said, you can only spend it all at once. So if I spend it here, there's going to be some other place that I can't spend it.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Are there any more, Mrs. Carol Fox?
I too kind of agree that, this seems kind of rushed. However, I do know that the Chromebooks are necessary. We have to do standardized testing. We have to do that on Chromebooks, whether we use it for curriculum pieces or not, though we certainly want to try to encourage people to use it less than we've been using it. I think that's becoming clear, but we do need them. And whether, we purchase them now or wait and spend more money for them later, we're going to need to purchase them. We also do have a history with this company, and they provide a 5-year warranty that nobody else does. So while I wish the process had been a little better too, I don't disagree with that. I think, at some point we're going to have to buy these. So I guess the decision is whether we buy them now or we wait and spend more money for them.
Megan, did you have a?
I did, but I think Carol pretty much represented my point of view. I'm wondering if this is the technology use is something that will be discussed in the budget special meeting we'll be having, Dr. Anderson.
This with a multitude of other things.
Okay, just to clarify, because I think there's more to say, but I think for right now, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. It sounds like there are still a lot of questions that perhaps board members would like a little bit more time on. And although it's not my preference to delay things, we do have another meeting before the end of the month if Mr. Stenrose can wait until the 23rd, if board members would prefer to wait.
Board Member Johnson, I'm going to ask Mr. Slayback if a decision is made on the 23rd, is that adequate time to get what we need to for ordering and the process starting to ensure that price and not sustain the increase?
I would have to check with the vendor, but they asked me when our next board meeting was, and I said it was today, and they said were hopeful they could get everything to us before the 30th then.
Because, Mr. Slayback, just to my understanding, it's not just that we place the order and that they bill us. There's actually another component by March 30th that has to take place. Is that correct?
Yep, they have to have them shipped out.
Thank you. The board clerk has just notified me that we are almost at our 2-hour limit. Is there a motion to extend the meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Brian Nichols, second by Carol Fox. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Board Clerk Hankins. Mrs. Levy?
Yes, very briefly, I would be voting no tonight, and I will still be voting no on Monday if we don't have information like a RFP. Help me, I don't think that can occur in a week. You're shaking your head no, so thank you. And also, we don't know how much we have paid in repairs that are outside of our warranty, and I would like an understanding, if we choose not to purchase Chromebooks for the upcoming year, what does a feasible plan look like? So that's some of the information I would be interested in receiving if we're postponing this. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I have a simple question. How many Chromebooks do we have on hand today? How many do we need every single day of every single school day? Every single school day.
To me, those are two different questions. How many do we have on hand and how many are needed every single day? I'm not sure are the same number.
Okay.
I guarantee they're not.
Okay. The biggest number.
Yeah. So right now, we have, I think it's on your sheet right here, we have approximately total Chromebooks that are expiring in 2029 is 7,217 Chromebooks. 7,217.
And our total count is 8,274.
For 4,700 students? Correct. I'm not in math. I didn't major in math, but I did pretty good with it. So, Okay, keep going.
I will say that not all of those are in use. 1,601 of the Samsungs are sitting on shelves or in buckets waiting to be repaired if need be, if we need to try to get older technology back into students' hands.
Thank you. Any other board questions or comments? Is there a motion for this agenda item?
I move we postpone to March 23rd.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion to postpone this until the 23rd by Brian Nichols, seconded by Joanne Rue. Any discussion? Dr. Anderson.
Yes, could I please, if I knew in advance what information that you would need so we could start getting it and get it to you before the Monday's meeting, that would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Mrs. Levy?
Dr. Anderson, it's like you just read my mind. That was fun. So what I would like to know is, one, how much we are paying in replacement or repairs outside of the warranty. I would love to get different quotes from the RFP, but it doesn't seem like that's feasible, which is disappointing. I would also like to know if this does not pass, what is the plan for us to utilize our 7,000 plus Chromebooks to serve our students in the upcoming years? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Megan Miller?
Thank you. Is it possible, it sounds like we're not super sure that if we wait until this next meeting that this can happen anyway. When would we be able to find that out? I mean, I realize that there's a motion on the table. It's going to go one way or the other, but is it possible for us to get some follow-up too about whether or not it's even possible to get the discount if we wait?
Yeah, I will reach out first thing in the morning.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Hearing none,
May everyone
go ahead.
Thank you for bringing that up, Board Member Miller. If we are too late to get the discount, and I'd love to hear from my colleagues, I think it's appropriate to do the RFP process so we know truly what is available.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Who said nay? Okay. Motion carries with 1 in the negative. Our next item is the 2026-2027 new alternative education programming. Dr. Anderson.
Yes, this is one of the things that when I first came, as I went through the schools, that became apparent is that though we have some alternative programs available at the high school level, we did have a program at the middle school level with Aldrich. We had no type of alternative programming for our students in the elementary school. So when I saw there was a concern, I talked to Mr. Stenarus and I said, I need you to work with the elementary principals, middle school principals. In fact, they worked with all the principals to come up with an alternative education program where we could take some of our students that do not seem to be fitting well into the current educational structure at the elementary school to provide an alternative placement that would possibly better educate them to transition them back into the regular school, and also take disruptions out of the school itself, which would improve the learning atmosphere for others. Jeff has been working with all of the principals, high school, middle, and elementary, and Beloit Learning Academy, to come up with a proposal that we're presenting tonight that we'd like to put into practice for the next school year. This was already previously explained at the committee meeting, but Jeff, I'll turn it over to you again.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. As he stated, we have two different programs here. One is a middle school program. We already have one at Aldrich. This would kind of mirror that. It would be a step below that. the current program at Aldrich is in lieu of an expulsion. This one would be a step below. In lieu of a hearing would be the referral process for this. So sort of taking the place of where current behavioral contracts start with students. This would be something that we would go through either the MLSS process or an administrator referral for this. It is a tier 3 intervention. Like the Aldrich program, we would look at 10 students maximum. We'd model it after that. We would use 1 FTE. It's an abbreviated day. We would alter the times of movement of those students during the course of the day so that they're not transitioning or moving about when the rest of the population is, to try to limit the number of some of those triggers or possible behaviors. Again, it is focused on academic behavior, social emotional focus that is individualized, knowing that we have 6th, 7th, and 8th graders in that. And this one we would house in the Fruzen school. So it wouldn't be exactly the same. It's one that may be a step lower and preventative from them possibly moving up the chain and moving into a something that would be a hearing type advice or advancement. And we would look at a time frame that being consistent with what we do with the hearing ones at this point in time, where they're placed in there essentially for the duration of the school year, unless we've seen levels of success that are different. In some cases, we've had students placed in September and October, and we have seen that we have moved them at the end of the 3rd quarter, moving into 4th quarter, back into some regular general education classes, and or possibly a movement back into the full general population school. But usually it is a longer duration for this middle school one. So again, patterned after the Aldrich one, but with a little bit of difference. The other program is the elementary one. This is an MLSS referral. It would be a tier 3 intervention. The criteria would be that after other tier 3 interventions have been attempted and there's not been a significant change in behavior, that this would now be a part of that recommendation cycle for it. We're looking at 3 FTE, realizing that these students are a little bit different of a population. A regular ed teacher, a special ed teacher, and a paraprofessional support specialist. We're looking at a group size of 10 to 12. We are looking at 2 different sessions, modifying their day, one group in the morning and one group in the afternoon. We would grade band them as best as possible. The determination referral process will kind of dictate that. My early indication or thoughts was that we probably would be more of a grades 3 through 5 focus. And in talking with elementary principals, I was completely wrong. The focus is at K1-2. So that would be their primary. They still have 3 through 5, but we would look at the breakup because we do not want kindergartners and 5th graders within the same program. So we would look at how we separate them as best as possible. And it could be a K1 program, and we're going to have to deal with 2, 3 later, and maybe there isn't 4 or 5. So it's very individualized. We're looking at a 12-week format, which is kind of the consistency sweet spot for a tier 3 intervention. But again, that's just a recommended format. The idea is we don't want a student to be placed in this program and say that you're in the program either number 1 for the remainder of the year, nor is there an expectation that they're going to continue if they're put in 1st grade, that they're going to be in the 2nd grade. This is not a placement or a spot that would be continuous. We want to work on those behaviors and then try to put them back into the general population for their classes again. So there will be core curriculum. But again, we're really looking at behavioral SEL components, looking at adding support services such as state line mental health. Again, we would look at the needs for those, making trauma informed, having supports and attention to that, because we want this to be individualized. How do we allow the student to make progress, to become a student again, and can focus in on learning? Because some of these, they cannot focus in on the academics at this point in time because of behaviors that are occurring. So this program would allow for some continuum of services, because currently we have the general education or expulsion. We do have Beloit Virtual School in between, but the virtual programming is younger kids find a hard time to be successful in that, and that really provides academics and not the behavior SEL components that this program would be focusing on. Again, in addition to curriculum, we don't leave that behind, but we recognize that the focus is on their behavioral or social emotional supports while we're touching on academics, but then to reintegrate them back into the classroom is really the intention of this. So location, site to be determined. We have one school that is expressed interest in Merrill School through Regina McAllister. I'm going to do a walkthrough with that. Again, looking at a spot where it can be set aside, makes it easy for the transitions of other folks not to interfere with this or be distractions, and having the masses walk past that classroom, students interacting as much as possible. It still provides the opportunity for access to an outside door, getting outside, a couple of classrooms that are in a certain spot. And again, we look at the shortened day. Partly because some of these students have a hard time coping with a long day, and being intentional about a shortened service. Again, making it is alternative, making it a true alternative. And I know Ms. Fox had brought up earlier, and I did look back up again on the DPI website. If it's been approved alternative program through the school board, there is the exception for DPI time requirements. We are not held to that. They have a recommendation of 15 hours a week with that, but we are not held to any certain number. And if the idea is that we're putting the students back into the general population and their regular school day over the course of the school year, they will have had that again. And then once they resume with the regular schooling, they will be a part of those minute calculations. They don't differentiate if you spent part-time here and part-time there. It's about your program. So we do have that if it's an approved alternative program within our school district. So that's what we're recommending. That again, I've heard this since I've been here in 2021 from middle school program, from the 4 middle school principals that existed at that time, and there was some extensive work before I even got here with this, but also hearing from the elementary principals that there is a need for these students. I asked the question: how many students are we really looking at? If you took a snapshot today, what does this look like? Each building said 2 to 3 students, which that some might be 5. But it's not that we have 20. It is not just a discipline piece. This is for students through the MLSS process. They're not all special education. That's not a criteria to be a part of this. They could be special education, but it's not a criteria for this. So the need has been there, and they've been asking for some sort of program to provide an option for these students, because currently, if they put them on a behavioral contract, they have nothing else to do with them but put them back into the classroom setting at this point in time. And as Dr. Anderson discussed, when we started convening about this, I met with the middle school principals about their program specifically, but the elementary program, I brought every principal in from the elementaries, the middle schools, both high schools, to be a part of this discussion, seeing that the middle schools and high schools have already had experience with the referral process and selection process, and to provide some insight as to what's gone on in the past with alternative programming, so they could provide some recommendations or support for an elementary program. So again, it involved more than just the elementary principals in this grouping.
Thank you, Mr. Stenrose. Mrs. Levy?
Thank you. So a few questions for each program, just for clarification. For the elementary program specifically, if we can start there, the slide says in lieu. Oh, nope, that's the slide for middle school. So my question for elementary, is this in lieu of a hearing? And if yes, is that an administrative hearing or an expulsion hearing?
We're actually looking at this as coming through as an MLSS referral beforehand, and so it would be a part of that process. Could it be one for a student who's had a hearing, whether it's administrative or expulsion? We could include that. We just didn't want to set that as the high bar. We want to set the bar a little bit lower for us, but it could incorporate those students.
Okay. And not to get too far in the weeds, if it was for an expulsion hearing, do you envision this as being part of potential re-entry if an expulsion occurs?
Could this program be a part of the expulsion re-entry process?
The early reinstatement.
I don't know. We didn't have that discussion with it. There is a possibility if that's. We could explore that. We were not looking at that avenue back necessarily, Ms. Levy.
Oh, no problem. Is there flexibility if a student needs to be in the program for longer than 12 weeks?
Yes.
Okay. And then what is the budget impact?
It should be relatively budget neutral. We can use on our AGR, we can shift. We have about 40 positions that are eligible that we are funded through grants. And this program would allow us to use some of those staff members. So there may be some cost, but I think basically we should be able to hold it pretty much budget neutral.
So if I'm understanding correctly, we're going to need a separate classroom space, and we're currently understaffed, so we would be removing an educator from an existing classroom and putting them in this new space, and everyone believes that that is okay?
Are you talking about the space first of all? Because we do have the space. So that is one piece.
So I'm not talking about this space with respect to cost, because our buildings have the rooms that they have. But what I'm saying is we are currently understaffed. So if we are doing this at cost neutral, that means we're pulling an existing educator from a classroom and putting them in this new classroom to run this program. And we seem to believe that that will be okay, even though we are understaffed.
I'm saying we have staff positions right now that are allocated through AGR and Title I, but basically in this AGR, in which we can use them for different purposes. So we're looking at maybe where we have, I'm just going to say, maybe we take one of the coaching positions, we can turn that into a regular classroom position through AGR, so it allows us to use some of those grant positions in a different way to staff this school. Now, this doesn't, I mean, we right now still have teachers, we haven't hired the regular. We have to, that's a different issue, trying to basically find the number of qualified teachers to have them in the positions for next year. But remember, we're also 200 students less next year than we are this year. So that is also going to give flexibility with the number of teachers we need and how we want to allocate them.
Okay, and then for the middle school, I see that the capacity there is 10 and it's 4 hours, and you stated, thank you, that DPI, we have some flexibility with hours. Was a discussion had to double the capacity by reducing the hours slightly, and like the elementary school model that's being proposed to have a morning shift and an afternoon shift? Or is there a reason that 4 hours is important in that capacity of 10?
There isn't. Both options were on the table as we looked at this, but we really looked at the success of our Aldrich program and tried to model what we had at that point in time. And again, part of it was also the starting times of the day for middle school is different than elementary school. And so we looked at having, them the middle school students be a part of that day. We've extended the day when students have shown success. We've put them, so they've extended their day from 4 hours to possibly 5 hours because we've put them into other classes. So we have some flexibility with that at the end of the daytime. Could we run for a shorter period of time and do 2 sessions? The possibility is there. We don't feel that we have the number of students needing that would exceed the 10. First of all, I mean, if we were looking at 15, 16 students, yes, two different sessions might be warranted, but at this point in time, we feel those that fall underneath that tier would still be in that 8 to 10 range, which we found has been about the tops, but a manageable level, and being able to focus on the sports that are needed.
Perfect. And then my final question for the middle school portion is, what is the proposed duration for a stay in this middle school program? And I get that there may be some exceptions, but
what we talked about was, in that case, it's a longer duration than the elementary ones. So in the Aldrich program currently, a lot of them are till the end of the school year, depending on when they're placed. We've always looked at that, and those are recommendations, so they're not mandated. We've always looked at a semester long in being there to really look at those behaviors. Again, can that be longer? Can that be shorter? That was sort of our guideline, and we didn't want to get locked into it's got to be this. I know we put 12 weeks for the elementary one because we don't have anything to model that after. In the Aldrich program, we've looked at semester is about the minimum that we've had some students go through, so that is our suggestion. Again, it depends when they're placed. If they're placed in May, we're probably going to look at moving them into the following school year, as we do at the Aldrich program. If they're done in September or October, we can look at semester change or January, February, March to see what kind of success they've had if we move them along. But semester is sort of our framework of our viewpoint for that.
thank you so much.
Megan Miller.
Thank you so much. Really appreciated your presentation earlier at the committee meeting, and just because we're at a fresh meeting, I just want to reiterate, I guess. Just two things. One, and I think, like I said, I think you've done a really nice job in this proposal, framing this around the needs of our kids. I just feel that, like, in conversations, when we're not careful about how language dictates reality, I just want to make sure that as a board, as well as a district, we are avoiding normative language, because, like, our kids, all people do, develop asynchronously from each other. I'm a parent of 3 children, all who have a very wide range of different needs. And if I were a parent whose child needed this program, because that's really what's in the best interest of their kids, I just would be really careful, particularly at the elementary level, that when we talk about what I see here as a potentially wonderful opportunity for families, for kids who will benefit directly from this program or from classmates of those children, I want to make sure that we're framing this around we're meeting the needs of kids and not vilifying children. And in no way am I suggesting that you are. I just know that I've heard, it's just some of the ways I've heard people talk over the years about other alternative programming. I just wanted to kind of get ahead of that in this discussion. Thank you so much for being so receptive to that. One question I forgot to ask at the committee level is, and you all touched on this too when we talked about MLSS, is there, like, to what extent, I guess, is there already a practice in the district in terms of, I mean, auditing is kind of a strong word, but, like, how do we get a pulse check in terms of accountability for classroom instruction as well as, like, behavior intervention that is equitable for our kids? So, for example, if you have a child who is, who has some different needs and some excessive needs, maybe in helping to regulate, for example, to what extent do we know, are we already following best practice, or, like, what are the barriers that teachers are reporting that stop that from happening? And the reason I'm not asking you to answer that right now, but I think as we have these future discussions, because I know Ms. Fox did an extremely and commendably thorough job of providing you with here's some more stuff what we need, so I won't get into all that. But one thing that I would like to see as part of that continued conversation is, like, to what extent are we able to grow in our capacity to bring those best practices into universal instruction? Because, like, I'm always trying to think about how do we be proactive. I believe that teachers come to work every day fully with the intention of doing the absolute best for all of their students. I think kids come to school every day trying to do their absolute best, and there's always going to be a lapse. So any of those things that are preventable barriers, I would just love to hear more about in this conversation, and just getting a check to see, like, if something is working in these alternative programs, to what extent can we maybe do better getting that more into universal instruction? How can we support that as a board?
Sure. So just to respond real quickly, we are trusting the MLSS process, and that's what it should be. When we set this up, when Dr. Anderson talked to me, I want to make it very clear that this was not a principal or an administrator being able to select a kid and moving a kid into another program. That have other interventions been tried, and are we not seeing a significant change in behavior? We're very clear about the criteria for the student to move in there, because we don't want it to be just you did this and now you're moving to that. There also is, we have to bring the families along. Even with our middle school alt ed in lieu of expulsion program, it is not mandatory that when the hearing officer has told you to go to this, that automatically places in you. We still do need the parents to be a part of that decision and agree to do that. What's the alternative after that? In that program, you go to a hearing and then you let somebody else decide what's going to go on. We frame it in, we want you to learn how to love school again. We want this to be a successful piece of it. And some of those pieces, again, we develop them as we go based upon individual needs. What has been successful, again, in Kathleen Woodman's program as the example, it is the small class size, the attention to the social, emotional, and behavioral pieces. They have contracts that are signed, and we look specifically at what were the items or criteria or pieces that recommended you for this program. How do we address those things directly? So it's usually 3 or 4. It's not a list of 7 or 8 things. It is just a few that we take a look at to address, and it is the small size, the contained piece of that teacher. The staff member is going to be key. I will, in any of these programs, I will put that out there, that we can have the best intentions, that if we don't have the correct staffing for this, the best plans can fall apart. again, that's an incumbent upon us to make sure that we are hiring the right staff for this. But those pieces of the smallness, the focus in on what were the behaviors that were the issues or concerns for this. And again, the idea is this is not a forever piece. This is a spot to try to help you discover who you are and be able to regulate and modify behavior so you can be a successful student.
Thank you so much. And for the record, I do think we have an exceptional multi-level systems of support program. So thank you so much for that.
Mr. Hankins?
Thank you, Board President. My question, and maybe it was addressed in TLE. So if you have this school within a school at Building A, and at Building B, there is a student who this would definitely qualify for, is something where that student from the other school could be transferred into the school where there is one?
None of these programs are school specific. They're located in a building, but they are not school specific. They are meant to serve, for the elementary one, all students from all across, and actually even having a middle school at Frusen and a middle school at Aldrich, depending upon the level of where they're at. Frusen student could be placed into the Aldrich program. An Aldrich student could possibly be in the Frusen program because they're not going to be identical. They are going to be slightly different in their levels of classification.
Okay, so, but the school that it is at, the school specific, do they get the first priority? And
No.
Then, no, it's just by need then?
It is strictly by need, correct.
Wonderful, thank you.
Carol Fox?
I just want to reiterate, this is a good basic start, but we need a comprehensive written plan. And I think you need to broaden your planning group. I think you need to include social workers and teachers and as counselors and psychologists to really take a look at this and come up with some of the things that you need. You have a list of all of the things that I want, but that I think we need. And we talked in TLE about that, all of those things, and we talked about the need for flexibility. I get that. We certainly can be flexible, but we can't be flexible with a plan when we don't have one. And this is a very basic outline and not a plan. So go forth and write us a big plan so that we can move forward with it further. And then, like I said, I think you definitely need to broaden the planning group so that you are including all kinds of different people, but certainly the support staff, classroom teachers, special education teachers, teachers who might be asked to work in some of these programs, because we need to have a much clearer idea of how this is going to work. And then, putting in those pieces about what is the legality of shortening the day, and how we're going to do the logistics of transporting, and then all of those things. There's just so much that needs to be clarified before we can move forward with a program. So that's my take on it.
Thank you. Do any other board members have questions? Dr. Anderson, was there anything else you wanted to add?
What I would be looking for is permission from the board to move forward. To answer Carol's questions, but we'd at least like to know that the board is in favor of going forward with this concept or idea, knowing that we need to flesh it out more.
Thank you. And I'm just going to add, I'm assuming also for budgeting purposes, so you know what we're expecting.
The budget's going to impact all of the things, but I think even just our staffing, so we can start taking a look at who would be the best staff. Because one of the key things that I've noticed about our alternative programs now is you need a certain type of a staff member if it's going to be effective. So we need to take a look to make sure, who might be those individuals, so we can start looking and planning for it now.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hankins, your hand is still up. Okay. Megan Miller?
Yes, Dr. Anderson, so are you looking for like a motion to move forward with planning?
Yes.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion that the administration continue to create a comprehensive plan. My apologies. A comprehensive written plan with the continued input of staff members.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Board Member Miller to continue to create a comprehensive written plan. I'm sorry, I can't read my own writing now. What was the last part of that, Megan?
That's okay. I didn't write it down either. It's okay. I mean, I just, Mr. Steners, do you have any objection?
With continued input from staff members.
Do you have any objection with just, I mean, you're going to include staff members anyway, right?
Yes, and actually, when Dr. Anderson brought this forward, this is, and to Ms. Fox's questions, there's a lot of people that came along when we built the Aldrich program. We started with the framework and we built it as we went through and brought lots of stakeholders in. So the answer is absolutely yes, we would do that. And to Dr. Anderson's point, knowing that we can move forward with this now to provide staffing, because trying to find somebody in June to be a part of this program and your pool is a lot thinner, again, the staff members are going to be key to this. My only question that I ask, is this for both programs? Are you separating the two out? And that would be my only question that goes along with this.
So, and thank you so much for the context. I just wanted to check in with you because I'm just trying to be fully representative of the feedback that I heard from the board. In no way suggesting that you would be against including staff input. So I guess I just wanted to clarify, and then to clarify for you for both programs. So that was really verbose. Michelle, do you need any of that repeated?
No, what I have is to continue to create a comprehensive written plan with continued input of, from staff members for both programs.
Works for me, thank you.
There is a motion and a second on the table. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. It is 8:31. I would entertain a motion to continue the meeting another 30 minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by Megan Miller. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Our next item on the agenda is the Beloit Memorial Athletic Department's, or School District of Beloit's Athletic Department's 2025-2026 budget overage. The purpose of this is to discuss the budget shortfall and overage for the athletic budget at the high school and the middle school's athletic budget. The background on this is, at the March 3rd Business Operations and Finance Committee meeting, administration presented a spreadsheet outlining addendum pay for middle school sports. It has since been clarified that the addendum budget used to compensate coaches is not part of the athletic department budget. Coaches will be paid for their spring service. However, it has also been communicated that the athletic department is currently projecting a budget shortfall of approximately $100,000 by the end of the 2025-2026 school year. This follows a significant budget overrun in the previous year. Tonight's discussion, I would like for us to focus, and for the purpose of this discussion, is to ensure appropriate board oversight, transparency, and identification of corrective actions. This is not intended to assign blame, but rather to understand and address the issue. Key questions for considerations should include what factors contributed to the budget overrun, were there any breakdowns in internal controls or financial monitoring, what steps can be taken to prevent similar issues in the future. If there are recommendations from administration, finance, or the athletic department regarding improvements to board policies, procedures, or financial oversight practices, the board should consider appropriate adjustments to prevent future recurrence. Dr. Anderson?
Obviously, you know that budgets are one of the things that I probably look at more than, well, I like to look at budgets. So in looking through, of course, as we're preparing for the 26-27 budget, one of the questions that we always take a look at is how are we doing on 25-26? Are we in the black? Are we going to be able to finish in the black? Are there areas in which we're not going to finish in the black? And of course, in looking at that, our athletic budget will be basically totally spent before the spring season ever starts. So trying to go back and take a look at why did this happen. One, in the 24-25 budget, you basically budgeted $255,411 for your athletic budget. That year, you overspent that budget by $70,000. So in the 25-26 budget, you put in exactly the same dollar amount, $255,411, knowing that it was overspent the first year or the year prior by $70,000 and that the cost would continue to go up. And yet there were no cuts made to any of the athletic programs. So there is no logical way that you could not understand if you are in budgeting that this is not going to go over. In other words, if you went over 70,000, you made no cuts to any of your sports programs, you put in the exact same amount for the following year, knowing that that everything is going to increase in costs, it was to be expected that this was going to overrun again. Now, if you ask me why did they put in the same amount that they did after the 25-26 this school year when it went over by 70,000 the year prior, knowing the costs would go up, the answer is mismanagement. I haven't the vaguest idea. It doesn't make any logical sense to me. So I did sit down with Dan Gratz and I said, there's not much I can do because now we're not going to drop spring sports. So it means that amount is going to go in the red again. He did prepare a sheet that we provided to all the board members saying that he had requested $350,000 for the budget, but $255,000 was put in, but there are still no cuts made. So one of the understandings that for this year's, because this is a budget that I will be responsible for, is that I need accurate costs for the cost for our athletic projects. And if we're going to make cuts, we are actually going to make program cuts. In other words, the amount of money that we'll put in the budget will be the amount of money that we expect it to cost for the programs that we are going to offer for the 26-27 school year. So, I mean, like I said, I like budgeting. It makes sense. It fits my type A personality. But the bottom line is that there was no way that a person could put this budget together and not realize it was going to be substantially over budget if you even paid attention to it.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Mrs. Levy?
Yes, quick question. When we look at process, if I am in charge of a portion of a budget and I make a request for X, but I get Y, what is the level of accountability for you didn't give me what I asked for, but I'm going to continue to spend as though I have those additional funds? Like, what mechanisms, are there mechanisms in place that should have caught this before we got to a projected $100,000? Or do we have no mechanisms in place? I'm just trying to understand, like, what we're working with.
When this budget was created and presented to the board, there should have been a discussion of saying that there was no way that this portion of the budget, it couldn't realistically pay for all the things that you wanted it to pay for. There should have been some discussion prior from the get-go of what are we not going to have. Now, it may be that you weren't going to cut baseball or softball or basketball. Maybe it was going to cut that for a year there will be no uniforms but even that one, I mean, there was no way for this budget to come in without the elimination of certain sports or activities. It just wasn't feasible. So that's a discussion that should have been held. Before it ever got to the board level, it should have been held, it should have been held at the administrative level to say, if this is the amount, then what are the things that we're going to have to cut so that we can, when we bring it to the board knows that in order to stay within the $255,411, we are going to have to do without X, Y, and Z. Those sports we don't have the ability to operate. If we want those, then this budget amount has to change to the $355,000.
Okay, so I just want to clarify, and then I have one final question. So if I'm understanding you correctly, there are currently no mechanisms in place to prevent us getting a March surprise of we're projected to be about $100,000 over unless we eliminate spring sports.
You're not going to eliminate spring. What I'm saying is that the processes are all in advance.
Yep.
The processes aren't for now. The processes are putting together a budget that's realistic unless there's something that, catastrophically happens. That's why you have your fund equity. These are, what I'm saying is the issues that are leading to this should have been addressed before you ever approved the budget.
Got it. But my question is, let's say we do this moving forward. We create a realistic budget for this item. And along the process, there are things that are causing overages. Are there currently no mechanisms in place to alert the board of that until we're closing out the year? Or are we going to do, and if no, it is what it is, and we're going to do both of those things. We're going to responsibly budget, and we're going to put mechanisms in place to alert the board when there are significant overages.
No, there's already process to make sure that you're going to be. Every one of the buildings can look at their own budget. We look at the district's budget every month, actually every 2 weeks, to take a look to see how we're doing and whether or not there's any particular area that's going to be, that looks like they're projected to go over their budget, in some areas. So we already, and each one of the building principals can look at their budgets. Each of the departments can actually look at their budgets. So there are ways to find out what is it that, if something's close, what is it that I maybe am going to have to not purchase or wait longer in order to purchase it so that I can do it. So no, there's a regular process we take every couple weeks. What I'm saying with this particular one is that Dan Gratz knew from the very beginning that his budget was going to be overspent. The very first day it was put because there had been no programs that were cut, and the amount that was allocated in the budget hadn't proved to be sufficient the year prior. It wasn't going to prove sufficient, but yet there had been no cuts. So he knew before this year ever started, he was going to be in the red.
Got it. And then here's my question. On May 3rd, we received a handout from Mr. Gratz that looks to me, so it breaks down the athletics and it shows projected funds available, and then a few of those are negative, but overall, it looks like we're projected to end with $9,000 and some change. Am I understanding that this document that we got on March 3rd is kind of moot because it doesn't include addendums? And,
this is the addendums, and if Director Elwood would perhaps just confirm, the addendum pay for coaches is not considered a component of the athletic budget.
Okay, and if other context is being provided, thank you, but while that is happening, so when we say we're over by about $100,000, that does not include addendums?
Correct, and from my conversation with Director Elwood, my understanding is that we are in good standing in the addendum pay budget, that if you are a spring coach, don't worry, there's money for you.
We'll figure it out.
Yes.
Okay, I lied. This is my final question. Moving forward, could we get a comprehensive athletic and activities budget so everything is under one house? So addendums, transportation, uniforms, like all the things that are related to athletics and activities. Because if things are stored in different buckets, it's difficult for me to get a realistic picture of what this costs the district. So it's just my request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Levy. One of the recommendations I would ask of the Business Operations Finance Committee is to review our current policies and perhaps meet with the Finance Director Elwood, Athletic Director Gratz, and Principal Pels as to receive recommendations on how to make this a better process. And if we don't have any internal controls throughout the year, what do they suggest? Any other board members have questions or comments? Mrs. Fox.
I just remember we talked a lot about addendum contracts when we were talking about budget cuts. And there were some addendum contracts that were cut, but they were mostly at other levels, and there was no sports wanted to be cut. So, I mean, I don't know where the disconnect came, but I do know we talked about the addendums, and then people didn't want to cut those addendums. So if you're not cutting those addendums, then you're keeping the sports, and then you need to have the budget for the sports to match that, and obviously that didn't happen.
But what may not have happened will happen. I mean, when we meet at the end of this month, there are going to be some serious decisions that the board is going to have to make. You're not going to have to go into detail, but we are going to put out, basically as a preview, pots of money that you can take a look at and where we can help make this $4.5 million balance. Some of those pots are going to be in athletics, middle school athletics, high school athletics. At least once we know the pots of money that we are going to be allowed to look at and make negative changes to, we'll be able to then start fleshing out a budget to bring to you in May and June that reflects some of these buckets. And I will already be transparent. If you tell me that, if I say we need to look at cutting sports programs at the high school level, and you tell me, Wayne, nope, you can't do that, then the question's going to follow up so you can think of your answer is, if not that pot, what pot of money should we look at?
Any other board member questions or comments? Thank you. Brian?
Only comment is I do not recall, and if I missed it, shame on me, but I don't ever recall seeing a specific athletic department budget in the whole budgeting process. Do anybody agree or disagree, or? Never mind.
I don't remember what I had for breakfast.
Is that okay? I think, yeah, to your point, and I think that's kind of the point that Ms. Levy is making too, Mrs. Levy is making too, because like we get, you know how like they break down all the funds? Oh, I know, yeah. Right, so we do, I mean, we see that, and I think that given how surgical we're gonna need to be in the current fiscal situation, like I don't like to be in the weeds typically. I think that was an appropriate way for us to receive that, so I don't think anything wrong was done, but I do agree, going forward, we're going to have to be very precise.
Thank you. Next up is the consent agenda. We have a request to have item C removed. Typically, there is no separate discussion of the items unless a board member so requests, in which event the item or items will be removed from the general order of the business and considered in their normal sequence on the agenda. Are there any other board members that would like any items removed other than C? Mrs. Levy?
Item B is in boy and D is in dog, please.
Okay, any other? Okay, can I get an approval then of the items E, F, and G?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Joanne Roos, seconded by Amy Levy. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Point of
The-
order, could I get moved and seconded on that motion?
Joanne Rue, Amy Levy.
Thank you.
Our first item up is the assistant principal positions at the elementary level. Mrs. Levy.
Thank you. Okay, so a few questions. One, is the plan to keep, and because the proposal talks about the dean position at Robinson hasn't been currently filled. If it's not filled, possibly having an AP through the end of the year. Is the plan to keep an AP at Robinson beyond this school year?
Yes, it would be, what the, part of the recommendation was is if we had elementary schools that had populations over 450, and we looked at that starting for the next school year. I did ask for the exception for Robinson since we have not been able to find a dean throughout this entire year, that we look to post that as a dean, so that would be deemed, hopefully we would find a candidate that we could hire to be that position for the remainder of this year. And then for next year, the question had come up about our contracts. The contract can be, so it fits with all the other administrative contracts, to be for 2 months, for basically a year and 2 months.
Okay, and then my concern, if 450 is the cutoff, then that seems like, correct me if I'm wrong, moving forward, we would have an AP at Robinson, an AP at Todd. I would argue that Hackett is so close, it would make sense to have an AP there as well. And then my concern with Merrill, because there's such a disparity in enrollment with 181, have any discussions been made to have either a full-time dean there, or are we looking at need? Because there may be a need to have an AP, especially someone who can help with evaluations, even though enrollment is lower, or are we just looking strictly at enrollment?
If I thought I could find the money in the budget, I would have asked to have assistant principals put back in all of the buildings. I don't know that that's going to be financially feasible, and I know that you went away from the assistant principal to the dean model in order to save money. I think we'd probably look at, at this point, going to assistant principals for the next year for 2 of our largest elementary schools. That would be a cost difference of around $60,000. That I do think is feasible in the budget. As I said, if I could make it work, I would put assistant principals back in because they can do more than deans. I just don't know that I don't know that financially I could bring a recommendation and make that balance.
No, I completely hear you, and I was in support of keeping APs, and my concern is an equity issue. If I can't justify supporting having an AP at Robinson and Todd and not having one at Hackett when there's 6 students under this kind of arbitrary cutoff. So where I am leaning is we do APs at the elementary level, or we stick with deans. And I guess my next question is, embedded in this proposal, is there the understanding that we will artificially cap salaries? It sounds like no, but I just want to confirm, like we would potentially be looking at APs for some of our elementary buildings, and whatever the appropriate candidate who is recommended, they will make what they will make with respect to credentials and years of experience. Is that accurate?
That is what I would like to see for the administrative when we take a look, is that right now, I had a candidate that I looked at hopefully to be the dean at Robinson from one of their current staff members. When the staff member basically took a look at it, they would only make $29 more a day as the dean than they are as the classroom teacher. And that amount was insufficient to want them to make a change. So right now, as we did talk a great deal, money is an issue. So and I don't think we can put an arbitrary cap on it, because sometimes you're going to get the qualifications of a candidate that are, I don't think they should be capped. I think we should hire them based on the qualifications and the need that we have.
So just a couple more things. The dean contracts, I'm assuming are in 1-year increments. Or are we going to run into issues where, according to this new proposal, we may want to have an AP at Todd, but the dean contract is not up? Where do we stand with that?
So the dean contracts would not be up just because they're on their teacher contract and they were not non-renewed. So if we make that change and bring in someone as a dean, unless we make it a temporary teacher agreement, a limited term contract essentially, and then bring them to the board to be placed as an administrator if that's the direction that goes. Did I understand your question?
I think you understood my question, but I don't think I understood your answer, but I'm sure we can figure it out. If I understood you correctly, the deans are not yearly because they're on the teacher cycle. So let's just use Todd for an example. If the dean position has another year on the contract at Todd, but they're above that 450, so we want to bring in potentially an AP, we wouldn't have an AP and a dean. Would that dean still be making their contract as issued for at least till the end of that contract, but be serving in a different role in that building or somewhere else?
Well, I think the goal with the upcoming diminished enrollment is that we will likely not see an increase at our buildings that would bring more buildings to the AP need basis. So that I will defer to Dr. Anderson, but you are correct in your line of thinking. You will have someone with a contract and perhaps not the qualifications to switch from a dean position to that of an administrator or AP.
So they may be serving as an educator in the district, but earning that dean contract that has not ended.
And quite frankly, at that point, if I am that dean, I'd probably be making more as a teacher. I would prefer to go back in the classroom, but that's neither here nor there. But they would still have a contract that we would have to honor, because we could not honestly say that we'd be removing them from their contract due to economic reasons.
If we're bringing it. So I guess the other thing that I need to understand, like, we have numbers here now, and the cutoff is kind of 450 as to whether the administration is proposing an AP or we keep a dean. But these numbers, in all likelihood, are going to change. So if these numbers reduce, then is it contingent? Like, if and I'm just picking on Todd. Love you, Todd. My kids went there. So if it's at 452 now, and we say, yep, we need an AP there, but as we get ready to approach the school year, it's at 380. So it's like, nope, we don't need an AP there. I'm just wondering, like, does it make sense to make a decision tonight when we don't have the numbers that would fulfill kind of the cutoff and whether or not we have an AP?
Not that this is a good practice. However, if there is diminishing enrollment, then that would be a way out of that administrator contract. Not a good practice, but again, it is within our contracts with administrators. There's a number of reasons why we would say we no longer need you as an administrator. And so that will be part of budgetary cuts. That will be part of student enrollment reduction. Again, not a good practice to bring someone on for a few months and then anticipate we're going to have dwindling enrollment and see them off. I would not recommend that practice.
So you're not recommend it, but that's what is being proposed. All right, I think I have what I need. I cannot support this because I am not for kind of yo-yoing people with their livelihood and using projections. So thank you. You helped me understand this better.
Mr. Hankins.
Thank you, Board President. It kind of piggybacks on what Mrs. Levy was talking about. And you know, with the talk about DLA and, or TLI, excuse me, DLI, and moving it from, let's say, not at Robinson and people shifting to another school, so we have a sudden decrease at Robinson. And here we went through this whole exercise and got an AP there, and the ones who wanted to shifted to a different school. That's my question. How much flexibility do we have in this? And I'm sure Dr. Anderson has thought of this, especially with the DLI on the forefront, and with so many DLI students at Robinson. How does that all play into this?
Well, as administrators, you're not hired for a specific building. And so if you saw that student population move from that building to another, then looking at the numbers right now, you could see where that administrator would travel to the school that would increase their enrollment numbers as a result.
Thank you. That was going to be my answer to Tom.
I'm so happy there's a common sense approach to it. Thank you.
Carol Fox.
I just, I agree with Amy on many of those points, but I do think it's premature. We just were talking about the special board meeting we're going to have in a couple of weeks to go over the budget and all of those kinds of things and all of the difficult decisions that we're going to have to make. I don't think we should be making the decision about whether or not we're going to have an assistant principal anywhere until we've had that discussion. That I think I said that at committee meeting too.
Thank you. Megan Miller.
Just a clarifying question. I'm looking over the information. What is the situation? So it looks like Converse has nobody? So, Dr. Anderson, can you help me, or whomever, can you help me understand, as part of this proposal that is on the agenda for this evening, what would be the plan for Converse? Because it looks like they're at 445, which I guess to Amy's point is just a hair below that 450.
Well, currently, Converse, I mean, once Dr. Mallett came here, then of course, Benji Klett became the interim principal. He was serving in a quasi-dean role. I thought he was the dean, but I was corrected. So I'll say the quasi-dean role. So right now they don't have one. I do know that we have a potential dean candidate that's looking at that position for the next year, because remember, we are actively trying to get all our positions filled for the next school year in advance. So I know that there's already been conversations with somebody to potentially take that role on for the next school year. That doesn't solve it for the remainder of this year, but it does for next year. For Robinson, what I mentioned at the committee is that we have not been able to have any assistance in that building throughout. Well, there wasn't any before I came, and we have tried as many ways as feasible to try to find a dean for that building. We couldn't find it. My recommendation was try to have one potential option to, if I can't get a dean, to maybe try to get an assistant principal, since it is our largest one, and we've not been able to find any administrative help for the principal throughout this year, and I certainly don't want to go in 2 years in a row.
So so that makes sense. So the idea would be, regardless, so I kind of take to the point that Mrs. Fox just made about, we're going to have this larger budget discussion, unless something dramatic changes, regardless of how that goes. Converse, for example, we're going to be posting for a dean for next year. If that population goes up, let's say we hire a dean for next year and a bunch of students, which for whatever reason, they end up with 452 students. Is the person that we're hiring, are we preparing to budget for the possibility of deans converting up to APs?
In that one specific case, I know that the individual that at least looks like could be the feasible candidate would have administrative licensure, so they could be changed from a dean salary to a assistant principal salary because they do have the qualifications to be an administrator. I can't say that with everyone. Like I said, what I'm trying to do is come up with some way to make sure that all of our principals have administrative assistants in their buildings, which currently we do not have, and I have had absolutely no luck in trying to secure that for Robinson.
No, I appreciate that. So I 100% appreciate where you're coming from with Robinson. And while I do agree with the opinions that have been put out there about, that there are many pieces to this that require probably a larger conversation and have budget implications for next year. Like personally, I can support this for Robinson for right now because of the situation that you've described. I do think that what I'm hearing you say just now again, and I think what Mrs. Levy was saying earlier too regarding equity, it would have to be prudent then to budget as though each elementary school were going to have an assistant principal. And I realize that looking at some of the populations in some of these buildings, I realize that that's not probably super realistic, but if we're going to be conservative, and in terms of what our budget looks like, it's probably not a bad idea just to budget for that as like a just in case scenario. Because again, like if you have a school like who has a dean, I mean, a lot of these schools like Hackett is really close to that 450. You're making a proposal to kind of you're asking for some wiggle room with the budget and the positions this year, which I 100%, I mean, I'm in support of that, but it's based on the needs. I mean, Merrill has 181 students. We don't know what the population is going to look like next year. What if there's a needs-driven situation where we have to do something more to support Merrill for the best interests of those students and staff? I just think that one of my takeaways from this discussion is that when we talk about the budget, we really probably should budget like we're going to have a full AP position at each building. And if we don't, we don't. Thank you.
As I mentioned earlier in the conversation, I don't remember if it was full board or with the committee, I would love to be able to budget for an AP at every building. I just don't think that's feasible. I mean, it might be feasible to say, I used an arbitrary number looking at the numbers we currently have, realizing that we will probably lose 200 students. I mean, our numbers will go down. They're projected to go down next year. If I could budget for 2 elementary principals, because populations will move around, and then I could at least move those 2 to the 2 elementary buildings that had the highest student population or needs, it would give me some flexibility. And I think I could budget for 2. I don't know that I could budget for more than that. If I could, I certainly would advocate for that.
Thank you so much.
It is 9:07. Is there a motion to extend the meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Brian Nichols, second by Carol Fox. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Hankins. Mrs. Fox.
Again, we discussed this in committee, but it's like, even if we could hire an assistant principal, I mean, we're going to have to post it, we're going to have to wait, we're going to have to do all of that stuff, and by the time that person gets in position, it's going to be May. And I think we're really not ready to discuss next year's budget or figure out what we want in next year's budget, I just think this is really the wrong time to be trying to make this decision and put this on the table.
Thank you. Mrs. Levy.
All right, out of the box and brief. Have there been any discussion? Well, one, let me back up with a question. Is the perceived need for an AP to help with day-to-day behaviors and the awesome stuff in the building, or is it mainly for evaluation? Like, what is going to be the greatest benefit to our building principals?
Well, the greatest benefit to building principals would be to have someone who would be able to assist them with the evaluations of staff, as well as carrying on the day-to-day needs of discipline and attendance. That would be the optimal. So, I mean, so if I'm looking at how I would optimize, I would do that by assistant principals because they can then share an administrative task that a dean can't. But like I acknowledged earlier is that I know that you made these reductions for budgetary reasons. We're going to be cutting more. And I just don't, I do not believe I could bring back a budget that would be able to financially support assistant principals in all of the buildings. If I could, I would.
No, I hear that. So here's the out of the box part. If we kept deans at buildings with those artificially capped salaries that make me so uncomfortable to help with the day-to-day, and we had a couple district level evaluators, and their sole job is to evaluate at the elementary level, and maybe elementary, middle school, maybe however we can juggle that. That may give us the flexibility to afford the deans that we already have allocation for, and then bring on maybe one person that would assist in evaluations, and they would be at multiple levels. Just an idea.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Hearing none, is there a motion? Hearing none, we will move on to the DLI programming. Joanne Rue.
Yes, thank you. So I wanted to just speak a little bit about the program. The dual language program is a valued part of our district. It is supported by dedicated teachers, embraced by many students and families. It provides meaningful opportunities for students to develop bilingual skills, cultural understanding, and it is something that our community has taken pride in over more than a decade now. This is the third time that the board has brought this to discussion this month about what we need to do next year. And this discussion has not happened at all because of budget constraints or lack of interest from families. I've heard from people over the last year how awful it was last August when all of a sudden sections were collapsed, closed. People were being asked to move from one building to another. And we want to make decisions that will sustain the program fully staffed so that these kind of situations do not happen again this next August. So the only reason we're making difficult decisions about the program right now is the ongoing challenge in fully staffing the program. And to be honest, this has been a problem that we have had for as long as I've been part of the program. And now they've made recent changes to bilingual licensure requirements, and it has made recruiting and retaining qualified licensed educators even more difficult. So it is important that the program is staffed by licensed educators so that students are receiving high quality instruction and the program remains strong and sustainable. So because of the shortage of certified bilingual staff, we have to make difficult decisions about the program scope. And at this time, we are prioritizing maintaining the program in kindergarten through 4th grade through the direction of educators that have been in the program for many years. So this decision, again, is not due to a lack of student interest or a way to try to balance the budget. It has nothing to do with funding. If we are able to recruit additional licensed bilingual educators, I would absolutely welcome the opportunity to look at expanding the program back to additional sections or grade levels. There are many models for implementing dual language programs, each with its own strengths. Regardless of the model, strong instruction in both languages and intentional bridging between them are essential to supporting students' long-term bilingual development. So having said that, I believe it is reasonable that the language around the implementation at the elementary level allows schools some flexibility in how they choose to staff the program. This would enable each school to organize the program in a way that best supports their students, will help us to retain staff, and will maintain the integrity of the dual language model.
Thank you, Mrs. Rue. Mrs. Levy?
Thank you. If someone could help me understand, is this a we don't have enough money problem, a we don't have enough staff problem, or both?
It is not a money problem. Not a money problem. Not a money problem. It is solely, only a staffing problem. They are unicorns. Literacy certified teachers are unicorns. They are impossible to find right now, and we have tried recruiting them many different ways. We've had lovely educators from Puerto Rico, from Spain, and now they have this extra layer of certification, and it is very difficult to find those people. That is the only reason why we are shrinking our program. It's why it shrunk this last fall too. It's not a money problem.
I am just so not used to hearing it's not a money problem. I just want to soak that in for a moment. All right, moving forward. Then I think we need to be creative, because it does not make sense to me for us to reduce to the point of elimination a program that one, I think our demographics and our mission demands. Let me finish my thought so I don't forget it. Again, our demographics and our mission demands. I think this is a non-negotiable. Like, we have to have a strong DLI program, and hearing that it's not a money issue, yay, then I think we need to get creative about recruitment. And just like we worked with Hadley to help with the referendum, which is a separate topic, there has to be some niche educational recruitment firms that don't cost an arm and two legs that we can partner with, because if we have this beautiful program, there are bilingual educators out there, and we just need to connect those dots. And if it's beyond the capacity of our current HR team, I think that we need to work with someone that is their niche and their experience, because it's not a money problem, and we get the educators in here so that we can have a robust DLI program. My other recommendation, and then I'm done, I think we may need a language ad hoc committee, and I feel like we already had one of those, because Hackett, thank you for showing up and educating. I'll just speak for myself, me personally. They seem to have a beautiful system, and they loop, and they need fewer teachers, but they're still meeting the needs of students. Like, I don't know why we're not duplicating that in all of our buildings that we want to have DLI programs, and I cannot understand why parents have not been more engaged. So if that takes an ad hoc committee, then one, we need a language ad hoc committee to explore this. And two, somebody needs to explore working with a niche educational recruitment fund, because it's not a money problem, and we need to restore the DLI program.
Can I see? Okay, so, all right. We are not shrinking the program anymore at the elementary level from what it was this year. All we are doing is consolidating it into 2 schools rather than 3, because Robinson has part of a program and Todd has part of a program. And so we're taking both of those 2 and putting them together under one roof. So it makes it easier for teachers to do vertical alignment, all of that great stuff. So the problem already existed last year and the year before and the year before. And actually, honestly, before we added Converse. When they talked about adding Converse, people within the program said, we can't do this. We don't have enough teachers right now. For myself, my partner was not a certified teacher in the years that I taught. And it's not right. You need certified teachers in the classroom. You know, right? I know I'm talking to the choir here. So it is not. And here's the other part. So these are unicorns, and when you find a unicorn, you keep them. And so we need to keep the ones we have. And so if it requires a little bit of flexibility on our part, hey, we hear you, this is what you want, we can work with them. Maybe if we can get Todd on board, maybe we can, since Hackett's figured out how to do more with less, maybe we could expand the program back through 5th grade. I would love to see it through the middle schools. Everything that all the people spoke about tonight, minus the money and minus the lack of interest, that's all the rest of it, the culturalism, the community building, the benefits far beyond the classroom, far beyond even in academics. All of that is true, but we don't have the people. And so we've tried over the years lots of different ways, and I don't know. Right at this point, my biggest concern is if we're going to do it, we got to do it well with the kids that are in the program. We need to do right by the kids, and it hasn't always been that way.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, like this can happen, this is doable, but it sounds like some of our students may be displaced from their building, which is hard.
I would say for the most part that like right now, because what levels do we have at what buildings? I don't remember who's where, but like there's like grade levels at Robinson and there's grade levels at Todd, and they don't overlap.
I know. Careful what you wish for. Come on, Jeff.
I took a look at part of this too. I'm not the center.
Okay, I see kindergarten DLI at Robinson, 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade at Robinson. Todd, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th.
All right, so I was wrong.
And not entirely.
Hackett is kindergarten through 5th.
Yeah.
And currently at at Hackett and Todd, or not Hackett, excuse me, Robinson and Todd, the biliteracy coaches are in place in the classroom. So the biliteracy coaches are not doing their coaching duties. They are teaching in the classroom, in the DLI classrooms. So they are filling in place of the DLI teachers, and their biliteracy role is not being filled by biliteracy staff.
May I ask another question? Okay, so if we followed the Hackett model, which it sounds like they are utilizing fewer teachers but servicing more grades. If we did that at Robinson and Todd, could we have, don't shake your head yet, could we reopen at least one middle school and have a middle school option with the remaining teachers?
No, I'm going to say no. So when Rochelle and I looked at this, we looked at how many teachers we have that are properly licensed for this. And then we looked at those who are on 1-year emergency license, some of them who have been on 1-year emergency license for many years now. And looking at, are they on the verge of, cusp of, do we feel that it's responsible that they can possibly get this licensure for next year? With our current staff that we have, we can fully do one school. That is it.
Elementary.
You pick. I'll tell you.
One elementary.
We can do one elementary school. If we have the other staff, we can do about 70% of them with currently licensed staff, and we're confident that some of the other folks are going to earn that this year. So then we could go ahead and fill 2 elementaries, but only 5 grade levels. We were originally planning 1 through 5. And when we consulted with some of the DLA teachers at some of the other schools, they were saying, no, we really need to start lower. So that's why we did K through 4. And we wanted to provide a continuity of, because right now there could be gaps in it. You have K1 and all of a sudden we don't have year 2 and we've got somebody else filling in. So we looked, so 5 grade levels at one school fully staffed. The other one was pretty close, and we feel that with the licensure earning of these other folks, we can get 10 staff members to do this. That does not, in kind of the Hackett model where they were teaming, that still covers 5. I personally, whether it's one person that works at 1 grade or if they have 2 that double up, we still look at the same staff numbers and following that Hackett model.
So
not quite, because one side is English then, and one side is Spanish. So you can find more of the English-speaking teachers. So
Correct.
So you have one teacher that is on the Spanish side that's doing kindergarten, 1st grade, one teacher doing
Spanish lesson,
yeah,
yeah.
and then one Spanish teacher doing second and third, and then you have 2 other ones. So then you have 4 teachers covering kindergarten through 5th grade.
So I guess my final question is, and I get scheduling needs to happen before the school year starts. So what is our hard deadline for when we need to have this figured out to know what DL looks like in the fall? And can we simultaneously get some pricing on working with an outside group that can help us recruit in ways that we haven't been successful in?
So I'm going to answer each question separately. Number one, I think that we need to determine what we're doing, my opinion, before we start our enrollment process this summer, because it is very disheartening for our families to enroll their students in one school and then have to change everything. But that's only one opinion of many. I will say the issue, when you talk about a recruiting firm, we have utilized our same network of staffing agencies to help us find these DLI teachers. What I think needs to be understood is it's a DPI issue more than it is a staffing issue. The DPI issue is what's feeding the staffing issue with DLI. And I say that because our primarily Spanish-speaking teachers cannot pass the FORT test. Therefore, they can't get a Tier 2 license. Therefore, they cannot add the biliteracy, bicultural license to that.
Can I explain FORT? Okay, so this is a reading test for teachers that teach in English. And so you're taking a test on how to teach reading in English. But if you never teach reading in English, which teaching reading in Spanish is very different, especially at the lower levels, then the test really doesn't pertain to what you're doing.
Can we work with a firm that it sounds like may need to be outside of our network, and we only want to look at a pool of educators who have passed the FORT test? I don't want to get someone and fall in love and then you don't pass the test. I want that as a screening criteria. And I get we're going to have to pay for it.
I don't think that that's the issue. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good. And Dr. Anderson, you won the night with you can only spend $1 once. So even if it's going to cost us a little bit more, again, I think our demographics and our mission demands this. Can we work with a firm? Can we identify a firm where the hurdles that DPI or whatever has presented, that's pre-screened? That has to exist.
Well, I defer to Dr. Anderson.
The assumption that the firm has to exist, the answer is it may, but it may be no way that, I don't know that your request is something that we can feasibly do.
Look into it.
Thank you. Megan Miller?
All right, thank you so much. Couple of things. Since this has been brought up twice now, once by a public comment and once by Mrs. Levy, I will just quickly say that we have had an ad hoc committee on bilingual outreach, and I can't even remember, it was a longer name. It was requested by our speaker this evening, and it was chaired by Dr. Galindo, who has since moved on to Janesville, but was a staff member at the time, and it produced, I think, our biliteracy code, family liaisons, and some other important pieces in the district. So we have, within the last 10 years, I think, made some strides. There are many things yet left on the table, and I think that the nature of my question has to do with trying to respect everything that, was, I think, very beautifully presented and I think put together very conscientiously by our staff, and also, perception is reality, right? What we're hearing in the community. So a couple of questions then from that point. One, the other thing I just need to clarify, I love you, Joanne. I want to understand, because in the presentation that we received, and it's on the first page in the first paragraph, second sentence from the bottom, it literally says, due to budget constraints. we will not be adding ELFTE. So I was confused. Well, my heart was just like all rainbows and sunshine when you're like, it's not a funding problem. I'm like, I want that to be true. So I just need some clarification on why, in my notes and in the notes that were presented, it does say like due to budget constraints, we will not be adding ELFTE. So I just want to put that into the conversation. My specific question that I have is, as a teacher, I really like the idea that there is not like a one-size-fits-all model, and I don't want to undermine your presentation because, again, I think it was put together very conscientiously. If something is working well at Hackett and we let it lie at Hackett, and if we were to re-emergency license, what is it like? Would it be like 3 teachers to do 1 middle school, like a 6th, 7th, and 8th, or would it be fewer? I'm not sure, because I know like my daughter who's at, would it be 3? Because I know like Jana's at Fruzen. I'm sure she's had the same teacher a couple of years. I'm not sure if they loop or not. Okay, to what extent would it be possible to do, I'm going to say the terminology wrong. I'm sorry, just like the 1 grade level model at Todd, the approach that was advocated for tonight at Hackett, are there 3 emergency licensable people left on the table? And I want to clarify by saying I agree that we need people who are licensed. The Ford exam is a mess. I passed it. I'm very proud of that, but it's a mess. Humble brag. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you. No, but I mean, and I'm just saying, having taken it, like I'm as a parent, if I have a student who is a teacher who has everything but that, like I am fully okay with that. I mean, this is a political requirement. This is not this person isn't able, or this is an absolutely tedious, politically messy requirement. That's the only reason I brought that up. You said, Mr. Stenmers, that we have people who, for years and years and years, I mean, that leads me to believe that these are teachers who have years and years served our children, and I'm probably very well. So that's my very verbose way of asking, can we do the thing you guys want to do at Todd, the thing Hackett wants to do at Hackett, and have like 3 emergency licensable teachers to potentially put into 1 middle school?
I'm going to echo Dr. Anderson's view. This is not a lack of numbers of students. It's not a lack of interest in continuing the program, from our side in as many grade levels as possible. I do recall at one of the committee meetings where a parent had shown up and said they had it at kindergarten and 1st grade, but they didn't have it 2nd grade because we didn't have a parent, and that was disheartening. That's not the proper way to run a program. You want to make sure you have continuity. And so, to me, I was looking at it strictly from the question of how many certifiable staff members do we have? How many then can we put into classrooms to provide service for the DLI program? And then the question was, is this a 1-year problem? And it's not been a 1-year problem. This has been for years. As I asked Ms. Almendarez here, when Tony Bosco, who's here before, went to drive and pick up people from airports to come in, and they were on guest licensure. And I didn't understand, again, that wasn't part of my wheelhouse at that point, but what was the status of those? We couldn't get them and continue on if they're a guest license, they can't continue on in that capacity. So, when we look at years of history of piecemealing this together and putting Band-Aids in there, while it has all the merits in the world, I would love if we could find staff members to do this K through 8, all the way, pre-K through 8. Mm-hmm. The reality is we have not had that for a number of years. So what can we do to provide the best programming? And we've looked at it. We have enough for 5 grade levels. We can sustain in 2. I mean, if you would say, look, we want to do 1 elementary school and do a middle school, so we have K through 8, we could do that. But to stretch it any further than that, I don't know. And I wish there was some magic agency that you'd think there would be something for this, but when we look at the history of where we've been for staffing, and that's a reality that's where I'm coming from. I'd love for there to be more, but that's really what we have in place at this point in time. So that's where our recommendation came to. We could do K through 4 in 2 buildings.
And if I can just add to that, we lost 3 amazing educators just over the past year and a half now, 2 years. and solely because the only way that they can remain in a DLI classroom is if they were to go through a pathway to licensure to get a tier 2 so they can add the bilit bicultural add-on to it. And so they ended up going back to their country because they were seasoned teachers, 15, 20-year teachers, and came here to help us out with our DLI program. They're like, we're not spending the money or going back to school to be a teacher again just because this is what DPI wants us to do. So this is a very, I don't know, it's very disheartening that with the population of Hispanics and the success of any type of EL program, whether DLI or traditional, that DPI would be putting us through hoops just to be able to provide that to our students. So to echo Ms. Root, I think also that it is sad that we have a community who wants this. We have students who want this. It's not sustainable for the first time. It's not money. For the first time, it's for reasons that are well beyond our control.
So is it possible, I know that, like, okay, so there are things that DPI says, and then there are schools that get waivers for things. For example, I know a couple years ago, I know like Edgerton got a waiver to start school before Labor Day and things like that. I guess my curiosity there comes from, like, to what extent are we able to, I mean, like, you can get an emergency license as a teacher while you're getting, you know, and I realize that's a one-year thing. Like, to what extent have we worked with DPI? That's a very unique situation that we have.
I know specifically of one. She was a teacher when I was at Converse. Wonderful, wonderful teacher. We lost her because of the DPI requirement. She went back to Spain to be a teacher there. She wanted to come back so bad. She did come back, and now she's teaching with no problem in Belvedere. Mm-hmm. Illinois took her with no problem with her licensing. So it's a DPI thing. Right. We tried to work with her all summer on that requirement, but they just would not budge on that.
And
Dr. Anderson?
DPI is not going to waive those. DPI will waive the calendar requirement to let you, they won't waive the number of days, but they will waive when you can start. But they are not going to waive licensure requirements. They've already provided as much flexibility as they're going to do that by the emergency license.
Thank you. It is 9:36. I will entertain a motion to extend the meeting.
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by Megan Miller. Any discussion? I have a discussion. I am viewing administrators falling asleep and board members falling asleep, so let's please be conscientious of the time and move forward. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
I guess just the last point, I just wanted to, because there were so many comments tonight on staffing, I also want to say, because we talked about the committee meeting, you know, the district is already doing, it sounds like, an absolutely amazing job providing licensure support and forward exam preparation support to our staff. So I just want to get that out there. And I guess lastly, I think this is kind of in the spirit of what Ms. Rue was saying. Many years ago, there was a community group that I was like loosely involved with that had come looking for improvements to recess time. And at the time, the board took action on it, but the board took action on it in a way that ended up costing Gaston more recess minutes because, like, not every building is the same. So I will just say that in the spirit of, you know, one size fits some. I am in favor of supporting, you know, if the entire DLI facing population at Hackett really feels like that is a model that is working and it's something that doesn't preclude us from just executing the current proposal, I would just be in favor of allowing that flexibility at the very least. Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Miller, I agree that, again, we're looking at how many staffing positions do we have. What the model is in implementing it is not the focus area, whether we continue or not. And to address Ms. Levy's point about time frame, again, for staffing for next year, trying to find those candidates. Like, if we go ahead and are searching for some and we find 6, 7, 8, 10 wonderful candidates who want to come here, that would be a discussion for Mr. Anderson to say, can we expand the program to 5th grade, 6th grade, wherever that may be. That's not been the reality, but pushing the decision down the line means, number one, we're not actively seeking candidates because we don't have positions, but also making the decision of, do we have enough to support K through 4 fully? Because we said if we do not, we're not going to wait until the beginning of school starts and say, oh, you wanted to, we were hoping to have a 4th grade program, we don't have a teacher, now we're going to pull that back, and a family was planning on that. Those decisions need to be made as early as possible so that families do know what we do have and what we don't have.
No, I appreciate that. And so as I'm yielding the floor here, it sounds to me like just a way to contextualize this for folks, many of whom came and expressed their opinions this evening. What we would be moving to approve, this would be like a minimum. And I think you guys did a nice job of making that point. I'm just going to make it again. We would be approving this as a model at minimum. And if, like, heaven willing, we get a floodgate of, there's nothing stopping us from going 4K through 8. This is like kind of what the district is agreeing in terms of like, how do we sustain and have a program? We're passing this, but that's not a ceiling, it's a floor, right? Okay, thank you.
Dr. Anderson?
Somehow I think we got lost in why we're doing this at all, and that we were asked to come up with a program that we could support for 3 years. So basically our charge was, we want you to bring something back to the board that we can adequately staff for 3 years. And there was some discussion, if that couldn't happen, do we drop DLI altogether? So that's what we did. We looked at the staffing that we have. We brought back a proposal that we believe that we can sustain for 3 years. That's how this started.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Carol Fox?
Yeah, I was going to sort of comment on that. We're here because basically the programs in Todd and Robinson are falling apart. And if we don't do something, we won't have any program at all. So I think we just need to move forward on this. Yes, I think we can give flexibility to Hackett if they think they can come up with something else. I don't see any reason why not. Hackett is self-contained. Over on the west side. We need to be focusing on the east side program and trying to get that going. And we need to do that now because parents need to be informed. Parents need to be able to make choices about where they want to go and, if they want to apply to go to a different school. There's a lot of decisions that need to be made. And if we keep waiting for this, then we'll be in the same place we were, where the people are like getting informed just before school starts. So we need to make this decision now. That doesn't mean we can't move forward with a committee that might look at things and look at some other options. We can do all of that, but we need to move forward on this and make it happen.
Thank you. Joanne Rue?
So the last part of it that I think is important for people to know is that the middle school decision was made not only because of staffing, but when looking at the staffing across the levels, when we talked to middle school principals, the students that were hurt the most by this piecemeal process were our ELLs, our MLLs, which we go by lots of different acronyms now. So, but our multilingual students, they were not receiving what used to be called ESL services that they used to be able to get because of the needs of the program, the dual literacy or a dual language program. And so we do need to put their needs at the forefront too. Our students that are coming from other countries as 6th graders, 7th graders, and 8th graders deserve to be able to be serviced, have their needs met in a way that is valuable and useful for them too.
Thank you. Amy Levy?
Thank you. Did I hear you correctly in that we have the current staff to support 1 elementary and 1 middle school?
On a numbers basis, it would be possible to do that. We could do one elementary and 1 middle school.
That's what I support. It is not ideal.
Yeah. So Ms. Levy, yeah, I guess I would check for licensing on
who can go elementary, middle.
Okay, so this is what I recommend. I recommend that we hold off a beat to find out if this is a viable option. And it sounds like it's just a licensure check, which shouldn't take long. If we have the capacity with our current staff, and this doesn't bar ad hoc and exploring other things to make it more robust, I support the continuity, not ideal, but of having one elementary school and one middle school for the DLI program, so there's not this gap.
I just want to add that we do have at the middle school level sufficient licensed staff to cover all 3 grade levels at one middle school.
Okay, so we don't need a licensure check. We are able to sustain one elementary school and one middle school.
The one middle school I can vouch for. I would have to look into the elementary, but at least we have sufficient elementary level teachers perhaps to cover that gap, but at least we have the middle school. That's all I can vouch for tonight.
So if middle school is taken care of and the proposal now is to have 2 elementary schools, then unless there's something I'm missing, then we have the staff currently to cover one elementary school and one middle school.
But the way that the license overlaps, if you had to use those 3 middle school teachers to cover like a 5th grade level DLI, you still could. So what I'm saying is, for sure, we have 3 teachers that could teach at the middle school if you wanted to go that route. However, I haven't checked everyone's license to say, we don't need them at the middle school. We don't need them at the elementary. They can stay at the middle school. Just wanted you to know that we have 3 middle school licensed ones.
Okay, so it sounds like we're closer to this being a viable option, but we need to confirm. I would like for us to wait a beat, because if there is an option to fully staff one elementary and one middle school, again, not ideal, but that's what I support.
Thank you. Joanne Rue?
I have a question for Dee Dee. So is that what is at Aldridge right now? Are 3?
2, we have 2 at Fruzen and 1 at Aldridge.
Okay.
The only concern with that, when you have 1 and 1, is what side of town is benefiting from the program, which I believe is why we strongly recommended having 1 elementary school on each side, because then once again, we're going to be disproportionate in where we offer services.
Well, and it doesn't necessarily mean we can neat and tidy do 1 elementary and 1 middle, because we still need to have EL teachers in all of these places too. And we have lots of students at Hackett and Todd and Robinson. So we would need, it would be a few of our numbers that would be moved to a different label then.
To your point, we have close to 400 students in the elementary schools in a DLI program, and we don't have anywhere near that in the middle school program. So again, if you're looking at the numbers of people that you're serving, not necessarily grade levels. Ms. Levy, I hear your point of a continuity all the way through, which would be ideal, but being able to serve more, we would be able to do it with the 2 elementary models as opposed to 1 middle school and 1 elementary and 1 middle school model.
Carol Fox?
My understanding too is that a lot of these services, the reason you are going to kindergarten instead of 1st through 5th is that there are more benefits when the kids are younger.
That is correct.
Any other questions or comments? Any questions or comments from administration? Is there a motion?
I move approval of the plan for providing DLI services for 4K kindergarten through 4th grade at Todd and Hackett Elementary, with the program at Robinson and the middle schools being eliminated.
I'll second.
Motion by Carol Fox, seconded by Brian Nichols. Any discussion?
Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Megan Miller and then Joanne Rue.
Thanks. I would actually like to offer an amendment just in the spirit of what we just discussed. And let me just make sure I have too many tabs open here. So let me just go back to the motion language. No, you're fine. So Okay, so Mrs. Fox, let me see that I have the right, sorry, my computer's being, okay. So the motion right now says move approval of the plan for providing DLI services K through fourth grade at Todd and Hackett Elementary Schools with the program at Robinson and the middle schools being eliminated. The amendment I would like to offer would just be like until such time that we have staffing. And I don't want to I don't even want to be prescriptive about staffing for Robinson for the middle school. I just want to kind of leave it open-ended because I really agree it needs to be needs-driven. So that was the amendment that so that's the amendment I wanted to offer, but I don't know if that's something we need to formally vote on or if you and whoever seconded are okay with that.
I'm okay with that.
So just checking on procedure, Ms. Shope.
Okay. So the amendment was to add the phrase "until such time that we have staffing." So Mrs. Fox and...
We could just rewrite it or restate it.
Mrs. Fox and Mr. Nichols both agreed to accept the amendment. So now the motion is to move approval of the plan for providing DLI services for the for K through fourth grade at Todd and Hackett Elementary Schools, with the program at Robinson and the middle schools being eliminated until such time that we have staffing. Got, you good with that? Okay, okay, okay. No, you're not.
I feel like it's hanging. Yeah. Like it needs a little bit more. Wordsmith away. Somebody help me out with
Until
this one.
such time that...
Staffing allows for re-expansion as.
Here, turn your mic on.
Would it be helpful to revisit this at like a time that makes sense in order to make a different decision if we have different resources? So to approve this until a certain date when it can be revisited, would that help?
Dr. Anderson, what would if we put a time frame on this, what would be a reasonable time frame?
Well, I think the issue you're going to have is if you're leaving it open, how are we going to let parents know? I mean, if the original motion that Carol Fox just made, then at least we have something that we can go to parents and we can start saying, here's what's going to be offered for next year, they can move. If for some reason we find that we all of a sudden have more educators so we can do it expanded, then I'd say a year from now, take a new motion to expand it, whatever we're going to do now, give us the time to notify parents and staff now. If we do end up having, the resources and the staffing to expand it, then in the next, I would say next year, then expand it if you have the availability. But right now, this is availability that we have. Let's, put it in the schools we can have it, and then notify parents so they can make the decisions they need to make. If the longer you push this on, one is, I do not believe we're going to fund any more teachers. So I don't think, because if we could have, we would have brought that recommendation already. What's going to happen is that parents are going to be squeezed tighter and tighter. They're going to come back. You didn't notify us until the last minute, which is what we just criticized for.
Megan Miller?
Thank you so much. So Dr. Anderson, I 100% see what you're saying, and I have zero problem with communicating what you just communicated. My problem that I have with the motion language that was originally put into the agenda is that the message then is like it's eliminated. That we're taking a board action to like fully eliminate, but that's not the spirit of what's happening here. And in fact, Mr. Steners and Dr. Millett just explained that this is like given what we have, this is the best recommendation for how to move forward until we get additional stat or something changes. So for example, it's like, if we're filling it, maybe we think we have one teacher to teach, like we're choosing between like AP Gov and AP World, and we're like, okay, we're going to offer AP Gov, but then we hire somebody in August and we can open up. We're not going to say, no, sorry, you can't take a section of a class. Like things do change, but I do respect 100% what you're saying. We don't want to pull a fast one on parents. So I think, is there a way that we can make a motion that makes sense to how we move forward operationally as a district, that also allows us to accurately and truthfully communicate to parents, to set what you're saying is a fairly realistic expectation that this is what it's going to be. I just don't want us to accidentally remove an opportunity from students. We also don't know, I mean, licensing happens in July. Like, for all we know, someone's lined up to take the Ford exam in April, and like, I mean, I'm just saying things can change.
You could always just put for the 2026-2027 school year, we will be offering DLI at our 2 elementary schools, grades 1 through K through 4.
School year. Sorry.
Well, the motioners and the board member with the amendment, what do you guys want to do?
I like Dr. Anderson's suggestion. I think we could just add on, at the end, we could add on for the 26-27 school year.
Meg Miller, is that what your intent was?
I think that's a good compromise, as long as we're willing as a group, if we get the staff. I mean, I fully believe that our administration who's here presenting, like, nobody is against us expanding to the middle school, obviously. So with the understanding that this is a right now thing, can we expect, like, I guess, like, when can we expect an update? And I guess just to give people who are following along at home and people who will find out on social media or whatever after tonight a realistic sense, when would we get some kind of like update or communication? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if something were to change.
Well, for right now, we have to build a schedule based upon staffing. So this decision impacts building a schedule going forward. A decision to move forward and expand would have to be, we find somebody tomorrow. I mean, it has to come. And I agree. I don't think we're going to find extra teachers. However, that doesn't mean that next year we won't, or somebody doesn't come through. But I think the position is now to plan staffing, scheduling, and then by the time we get to, we've sort of looked at saying at the very beginning of August, if we have an unfilled position, that's when we start. We're like trying to give as much time. And again, that was just an arbitrary date. But then to say if we don't have enough to even fill K through 4, we're going to peel back from 4th grade and go down to 3rd, because we do have to give our family. We have to plan from this side. We also have to give our families enough time that if there is a change from this plan, to go ahead and react to it. Adding and going forward, again, we're not against expansion, but at this, we have to plan for the 26-27 school year, like now. And so how do we do that? And if there's this ambiguity out there, are we planning extra sections? Are we not planning extra sections? And then you do so and you don't have the staff member, then you're pulling back from parents. So I'd rather make sure that we are, responsive to this is what we have and can do, and then make adjustments as we move forward with as much timely decision-making as possible.
Okay, and I think that, that satisfies my concern, and I am just about to send an email to Ms. Rue requesting that we have an agenda item to talk about putting together an ad hoc committee, because I think part of the function of that would be to help facilitate that communication, both with families, the community, and obviously with our staff. So because of those factors, like, I would be comfortable with saying that for the school year, because I do understand the importance of having to functionally plan. I really appreciate your message, and I hope that we can amplify it appropriately, that this isn't like it's buried and done. This is where we are right now. This is the next step. So thank you.
So let's add for the 26-27 school year, and with the understanding that if any changes, they can always come back and we can add and change and do whatever we want. We're the board. So let's go with that, with it and being eliminated for the 26-27 school year.
Okay, Mr. Nichols, you're okay with that amendment?
Yeah.
Okay, okay, thank you. Okay, so we have, the motion is to move approval of the plan for providing DLI services for K through 4th grade at Todd and Hackett Elementary Schools, with the program at Robinson and the middle schools being eliminated for the 26 and 27 school year. You got that, Mrs. Schultz? Okay. And when you're ready, there's a roll call request.
Carol Fox,
Aye.
Tom Hankins,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Nay.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Brian Nichols,
Aye.
Joanne Rue,
Aye.
Tia Johnson.
Aye.
Motion carried 6-1.
Thank you. Our next item on the consent agenda is approval of meeting minutes February 17th. Amy Levy.
Thank you. If we go to section 7, so thank you, Ms. Shope, for clarifying the ambiguity that we had the last time we looked at this. But section 7, right above 8, says that two things happen. It says, one, the amendment to postpone the vote with respect to the Hendricks grant passed, and it also says that we move to approve the grant pending a contract, and both of those things can't be true.
Mrs. Levy, can you repeat where?
Yep, it's in section 7, right above number 8. And so it says, move to amend the motion to postpone the vote for 2 weeks, so March 3rd, and conduct a final board workshop. And that motion passed. And then right under it, it says, move approval of accepting the Hendricks Family Foundation proposal, and then, pending the contract. And it says that that motion passed as well. So it's my understanding that that motion was voted down. We had some technical issues, so I wasn't on the line and able to hear everything, but I know that both motions could not have passed. And since we had the workshop, I'm assuming that second motion was defeated.
Mrs. Shope, do you have any insight into this?
Can we just table it and get it fixed?
I guess I would prefer to go back and listen because I know that there was concern about voting it down.
Okay. We
So,
will- If there's no objections, we will.
Yeah, let me just go back and re-listen and check my notes again and everything, because I know there was concern about voting it down and it being considered a no vote. And yes, we were having technical difficulties and stuff too, so I would prefer to double check it and have it be right. So I'll bring it back.
Okay, no problem then. And then that's the last of the agenda items. Next, we have the Human Resources Employment Recommendations. Are there any open session questions? Are there any closed session questions? Is there a motion?
I move to approve Employee Recommendations Exhibit A as presented.
I'll second.
Motion by Amy Levy, seconded by Joanne Rue. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Our last agenda item tonight is executive session. A motion may be made and a vote taken to convene the Board of Education into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent F of the Wisconsin State Statutes, or for the purpose of reviewing the expulsion orders of the independent hearing officer pursuant to Section 120.13, Parent 1, Parent E4.H. of the Wisconsin State Statutes. The Board of Education shall, upon review, approve, reverse, or modify the orders and pursuant to Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent C of the Wisconsin State Statutes relative to employment, promotion, evaluation of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility.
So moved.
Second?
Motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by Carol Fox. Any discussion? We will be going into closed session to discuss handling on personnel matters, interim superintendent evaluation, review of independent hearing officer, expulsion orders, and closed session meeting minutes. A roll call vote, please, Mrs. Schultz.
Joanne Rue,
Aye.
Brian Nichols,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Tom Hankins,
Aye.
Carol Fox,
Aye.
and Tia Johnson.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
The Board of Education may reconvene to public session in order to take any action, if necessary, on items discussed in closed session. Thank you.